Call this meeting in order. This is Friday, May 9th, meeting of the Cannon Beach Parks and Community Services Committee. And the purpose of today's meeting is to interview the various applicants for our 2025 Community Grant Program. Can I have approval of the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Go ahead. Carries. So, do we have any public comment? No. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to speak, as you might guess, in favor of the Elk Creek Terrace application. I've had a chance to work with them quite a bit, and I've seen their presentation that I hope maybe she'll be distributing that, because I think she was working on it until late last night. This is an important thing for our community. I know it's way out of the box for this committee, and I get that. I would reiterate what I asked you or suggested to you last week. I've informally spoken with a number of the budget committee members and a number of the counselors, and it would be great if you would assume that there is no particular budget for this. As in last year, we can and may approve a number that's higher or significantly higher than what the budget line is. We have lots of money. And this is an important key first step for them, and represents an opportunity for us to pitch in and help them save a community that's really at risk. 36 families, or 34 right now, since two were vacant. So I just would ask for your thoughtful consideration, and I know that will be forthcoming.
All right.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Good luck, Tim.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, anything online? All right, comments, I should say. Hi, Betty. Can you hear us now? All right. Well, in the interest of time, let's go ahead and get started with our interviews. Just real briefly, we've only allocated 10 minutes total, which is going to be really difficult. And that needs to include a few minutes for us to interact with each of you, ask a question or two anyway. So one of us, I will make the attempt to keep up with the time, and we'll probably try to let you know when 5 minutes has passed, and maybe another minute or two to close up, and then that'll give us something. If that'll work, then we'll try it that way, and we'll change it if it doesn't work. All right, so first up is the Clatsop Community Action.
Thank you so much for having us here tonight. I'm Andrea Birch, Deputy Director of Clatsop Community Action.
I'm Kenny Hansen. I'm the Street Outreach Program Manager with Clatsop Community Action.
Just give everybody a little background information. Clatsop Community Action is a nonprofit agency that established in Oregon in 1989 with the goal of helping people meet housing, food, and other basic needs in Clatsop County. Over the course of 35 years, CCA has evolved into a multi-service organization offering a wide range of programs to help address the needs and barriers faced by our residents. CCA provides services and supports to those in our community through low-income housing, rental, and deposit assistance, actually such as some of your residents in Elk Creek and Shorewood Apartments. Supplying food from mobile and stationary food pantries, such as the Cannon Beach Food Pantry, and personal care products, case management services, and information and referrals to help clients assess a wide variety of opportunities for to fulfill their unmet needs. You can find the fingerprint of CCA at the Social Services Office in Astoria, Oregon. We also have the Hilltop Apartment Complex, the Regional Food Bank in Warrenton, Community Resource Desk at Providence and Seaside Hospital, Providence Seaside Hospital and Columbia Memorial. The Veteran Service Office, which is actually at the CCC in Astoria, and several resident service locations such as the Trillium House, Merwin Apartments, and then we do have our 2 shelters, which are the Columbia Inn and Esperanza Shelter. We work to connect individuals who seek services to organizations and who may assist with other specific support and needs. TCA actively serves 35% of Clatsop County, which is around 41,000 residents each year. The Census Bureau estimates that approximately 10% of our residents live below the poverty line. And according to the latest regional health assessment by Columbia CCO, Clatsop County has the highest homeless rate per capita, with 17 out of 1,000 people that are homeless. These residents rely heavily on our support and many of our services. However, the 2 that we're here to talk about today are some of the most basic and essential. The Regional Food Bank located in Warrenton is a vital part of the community. The food bank distributes approximately 1.5 million pounds of shelf-stable and perishable foods across the county annually. We do this by providing direct food programs to other hunger prevention agencies with fresh, nutritious food to low-income families. In addition to providing food directly to families and individuals, the food bank supplies shelters. They provide hot meal sites, backpack programs in the schools, pantries such as your Cannon Beach Food Pantry, partner agencies, and other feeding programs with a variety of foods and shelf-stable and perishable foods, plus household products. So this is helping to reduce the food insecurity throughout our county. We actually just started our mobile food pantry, which goes from May to September, and that is every Thursday. You'll see a spot in Astoria, you'll see it at the Regional Food Bank in Warrenton and Seaside. That'll go to September. At present, right now, we are actually experiencing a decrease in the network's total food supply of 20%. At the same time, we're also seeing about 25 to 30% of an increase in foot traffic to our pantry. This large cut in our food supply will be felt by the most vulnerable in the community. It's families, seniors, and individuals living on those margins. CCA's mission is to help people meet the most basic living needs, which includes food. We would not be able to fulfill that mission without support from the community. The personal care pantry offered by CCA is also an essential part of the community. We rely heavily on donations to provide folks with products like hand soap, toothbrushes, toothpaste, feminine products, and more. It's important for individuals and families that struggle to have access to these items. It will help ease financial hardship and improve health and wellness. Currently, supplies for the personal care pantry are limited locations. We'd like to expand that reach into the community and secure more funds for these items to enable CCA to amplify our mobile outreach, street outreach, making access to these goods for rural and hard-to-reach community members. This allows us to positively impact individuals and create opportunities for self-sufficiency and dignity. CCA offers these products at a couple of our annual events, one of them being the Military and Veterans Convention and Project Homeless Connect. Both of these events offer a variety of services, included but not limited to access to the personal care. I'm going to let Kenny speak on how the impact of these services directly helps some of the Cannon Beach residents.
Right, 5 minutes. Thank you.
All time. So basically, I was talking to Rob Schultz, our police chief, the other day. And he estimates there's somewhere over 500 unsheltered people come through Cannon Beach a year. And there is very little services in Cannon Beach, so most everyone moves north a little bit. Most of them will land in Seaside, some will trickle up in the Astoria, Warrenton, that way. It's important to think about and realize that most of the people, they have very little, if anything. And being able to supply them some of the basic needs, such as hygiene supplies, things like that, really helps them because it helps them be able to get to a position where they can hopefully get a job or become more self-sustaining, things like that. It's also important to note that people here in Cannon Beach also that are housed utilize the food things and also the hygiene things due to the fact that things are expensive. And our job is also to prevent being unsheltered or houseless homeless. And I think that's something that kind of gets forgotten. And sometimes everybody focuses on the people that are actually unsheltered and forget about the people who are currently sheltered that still need help so that they don't become unsheltered. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and consideration. We're happy to answer questions you have.
All right. Does anyone else have a question? Not, I have a question to lead off. So I was interested in this mobile food pantry concept, and you mentioned a couple of communities that Seaside was the closest one to
Right.
here. Is this a new program because you recognize that there are people who simply can't make it? Is that what you're trying to address?
It isn't new, it has been ongoing, but it is, 1 day a week, so, and obviously in May through September, so the better weather seasons, because we do try and take that mobile food pantry, I believe it's in the Outlet Mall parking lot in Seaside, and then it is at our, Warrenton Food Bank, and then it's on Marine Drive in Astoria. So we're trying to think of, I guess, more central locations, so people that are in rural areas or out this far south, have a place that they can go where they're not having to drive all the way into Warrenton in order to access that.
Okay.
Being able to fund this program even further would give us opportunity to look at even, broadening that. Hopefully.
Others.
Absolutely. That's one thing that we are never shy about is adding more onto our plate if it's needed. So, yeah, we need to be doing that. We need to be able to looking at where areas are of concern and where we need to be helping.
And I just assume that mobile will also have some of the personal care items.
Correct.
Same topic.
And Kenny himself, they have, when they go out for outreach, they carry those particular products. But when they go to some of those rural and, not so hard to reach areas, yeah, we carry all those products. We actually keep them at the customer service desk at Providence. So that is an area there. I know there's some kept at the Esperanza shelter, but that is more for those participants, but we are looking to, expand that as best as we can as well. Yeah,
Very good.
as he said, it's all wraparound services. You give somebody that, that dignity to be able to show up for a job, show up for an application for an apartment, whatever it may be. That's almost the first step to feel that you're fueled by food and fueled by, having the proper hygiene products. I mean, very simple, basic needs.
That's self-image.
Absolutely.
Got just about a minute. Are there any other questions?
You just real quick, great presentation, a lot of detail, but if you could summarize kind of your impact, if you will, the influence you make to the Cannon Beach community itself, how would you summarize that in a sentence or two, kind of as the goals your mission you might have?
So specifically the Cannon Beach community, honestly.
May not use
Unless you
that.
did make
That's
some-
okay.
Sorry.
He can cut me off.
Apparently this isn't gonna work as well.
Right, I know you have the Cannon Beach Food Pantry, so that's like a direct service, and the regional food bank does supply them with that food. So if we're thinking about the fact that there's already been a cut of 18 to 20%, at a regional food bank, so that does impact you directly here in this county, because that food pantry will unfortunately receive less at that point in time. That's just the reality of that, and we're trying not to let that happen, and we've got letters out to senators and all those types of things, and, like I said, we help the, tenants that you have at Shorewood, and, I think it's Oak Creek Terrace. And they come in for a variety of services, but again, wrapping around, you know, if they're coming in for rental and deposit assistance, it's because they're struggling.
Right.
So they're probably struggling for food, they're also struggling for personal care pamphlets, because all those items are getting really expensive.
Mhm.
So if we can boots on the ground, start at the, you know, the very bottom, it just helps keep them sustained.
All right, thank you.
And I've had actually one guy, reach out to me, who recently moved to Cannon Beach, who has a job, but he's on shelter. And, so we're trying to connect him, with shelter resources, things like that. You know, he is a productive member of society and he just needs shelter and just that leg up type. You know, and my plan is to also start coming down to South County, reach all the way down to Archgate County line. And that, I'm reaching now out throughout the Westport. There's some camps out there and that you guys really don't have camps. But I think there's some unsheltered people here and there that I would like to reach out to.
Good. All
Thank you.
right, well, we'll cut it off at that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. All right, Sherry, Trevor, are we doing okay? Oh, okay. All right.
I don't see it on here. This is that.
I'm just gonna. So are you Jamie?
Yes.
Hi, Jamie. It's nice to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you today. Okay.
Are you ready?
Oh,
As soon as, yeah,
I'm ready, yes.
okay. Sherry, do we need to wait for you to just get started?
No.
All right,
So you can just let me know when you want me to move forward on it.
Go ahead and move forward. Thank you.
all right.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Lamont. I will be presenting this morning a summary of this 12-page presentation. This is a large project, and for those that wish to take a deeper dive, this will help with some additional information. Elk Creek Terrace Renovation Plan is an affordable housing property owned and operated by Community Action Team. Originally constructed in 1994, it has 36 units consisting of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. Affordability covenants run through January 2043. Our affordability rents are set at 50 and 60% area median income. Founded in 1966, Community Action Team is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that serves low-income Oregonians in 3 northwestern counties in the state: Columbia, Clatsop, and Tillamook. CAP programs include the following services: housing, energy, veterans, seniors, weatherization and rehab. Today, I'm going to talk about affordable housing, specifically Elk Creek Terrace Apartments. The best way to do that is to start from the beginning. What happened? The property was originally developed with a tax credit partner. A year 15, typically the time for a full rehab in affordable housing. The partner wanted a large payout to exit the joint venture. The payout amount was unrealistic, leaving no way to dissolve the partnership and do the rehab. CAT spent the next 10+ years trying to reason with the partner. Finally, in late 2019, developer exited the partnership for a small reasonable payout. This paved the way for us to finally begin looking at options for the full much needed rehabilitation. In early 2020, CAT connected with a skilled low-income tax credit developer to apply for the needed funds for the project. Once the capital needs assessment was completed and pro forma reviewed, the developer concluded that the low rents and high cost of maintaining a rural coastal property could not support the debt needed to make the deal work. The developer respectfully walked away from the project, telling CAT that without substantial grant dollars, the property was not feasible. During the same time, Community Action Team unexpectedly lost their asset manager. This position was not filled until 2022. During that interim, consistent oversight of our property management company was not available. When a new asset manager was hired in 2022, appropriate oversight resumed and many concerns were discovered, such as Unit 706. During a routine inspection in July of 2022, we discovered vegetation growing in the walls. When they installed the new siding in 2000, they used an application that called for Tyvek, particle board, Tyvek. All water intrusions were trapped, causing mold and particle board deterioration. This is a southwest facing end unit with no overhangs on the roof, with that rain coming right in. 403, we discovered the tenant had not paid rent for 14 months and was living in a hoarded unit. We facilitated the eviction and clean out of what will become our second longstanding rental. Vacant rental. We applied for, then what did we do? We applied for preservation grants every year since. Although this got attention from Congressman Bonamici and Senator Merkley, who both offered their support, this funding went towards new construction. In November 2023, we transitioned to new property management. We now have an on-site manager, which has been a tremendous benefit to Elk Creek and the tenants. It's so wonderful to have on-site presence there. The project. Unit 706 is a larger repair due to the building envelope, that Tyvek particle board Tyvek application. So this end unit needs the siding, framing, insulation, and mold remediation and windows. Also, the water that comes off the back heel means we have to repair the drain issues and reconnect to the storm drain. Both units will receive new flooring, doors, paint, all wood cabinets, hard surface countertops, window coverings, fixtures, outlets, new tub shower unit and toilet, and a few other small items. The detailed bid is in the grant packet. The project will begin upon receiving grant funds approximately end of August. The project will take 6 to 8 weeks. Tenant selection will begin at the same time. Applicants will be notified in order based on the day they applied. Our screening qualifying process takes 3 to 5 weeks on average. 2-bedroom homes can house families between 1 to 5 occupants each. Attached are the HUD links for waitlist, tenant selection, eligibility, and occupancy requirements. Total project cost. Community Action Team respectfully requests the following. The materials cost, $232,617, a 15% contractor contingency of $34,893. LMC profit and overhead is $26,751. Insurance and tax is $5,639, for a total of $299,899. By awarding this grant to rehabilitate these 2 units, 2 low-income families will have safe, affordable homes in the city where they work. Beyond the renovation, what's next? Our goal is the renovation of these first 2 units is phase 1. Phase 2 will be our total property rehab. Currently in motion, we are actively working with OHCS in our 25-26 preservation grant. We are told there are sufficient funds available. We recently received a large water bill adjustment. These funds will be for capital needs assessment, aging payables, and some needed repairs around the community. It was recently discovered that 80% AMI rents are a possibility. This means higher rents. We are working with LMC Construction on a total property renovation quote. We are working with on-site staff to have their property cleanup day. This will be followed up with a tenant appreciation day. We did that a few years ago and it was very successful. Funding from OHCS is not guaranteed. Why help? There will be 2 more desperately needed affordable homes in Cannon Beach. And we will continue to apply for rents every year until we get funding. Contributions to the community. This renovates two currently uninhabitable two-bedroom units, increases affordable housing for local workforce, supports Cannon Beach's tourism-driven economy by providing stable housing for workers, helps residents stay close to schools, services, and jobs, promotes a stronger sense of belonging and stability, upgrades buildings for better aesthetics and durability in a coastal climate, demonstrates care for residents' well-being and living conditions, supports economic sustainability, housing equity, and more inclusive Cannon Beach, reduces need for long commutes, improving work-life balance.
We're at 8 minutes.
I'm sorry.
You're doing great.
Thank you so much. While this may appear modest in scale, the impact is significant in a small community where affordable housing options are limited, just as the people before us said. By increasing the availability of livable units, the project supports workforce stability, reduces commuting challenges, and strengthens community ties. The renovation of these units demonstrates a commitment to maintaining and improving the quality of life for all residents of Cannon Beach. Elk Creek Terrace is a beautiful community. It's lovely. There is no crime element, and we have long-standing loyal tenants. We are very committed to our tenants, our property, and our mission, which is connecting people with the resources they need to care for themselves and their families. Thank you for your valuable time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Questions?
Real quick would be excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks for including the part about what's currently in motion.
Yes.
It is a substantial amount. Could you just touch on real quickly, what are some of the other due diligence you're doing, looking at other grant possibilities?
We are, we're working, we have OHCS, a team at OHCS that are very supportive of us and rooting us on and helping us get through this next application. We just met the other day, and because this will be our fourth application in a row, you know, it's our turn, and that's kind of how these conservation grants work. So OHCS right now is our big item. We've literally been turning over every rock. We are so creative there, doing what we have to do, not what we want to do because we're not able to. Now we're going to be able to, with this water bill methodology change and our new billing, it's going to help us tremendously. Approximately $3,500 per month less in our water bill is new flooring for a whole unit. It's 4 units, new appliances. $3,500 per month is significant. So that is going to help rebuild our cash reserves. We're getting grant increases. We have new property management in place. We have on-site management. So that's the due diligence and all the hard work we're doing to get back to just replenish those operating cash account.
Thank you very much.
How long have those 2 units been vacant?
They've been vacant. Unit 706 has been vacant since July of 2022. And the Portage unit has been vacant since January of 2023, but she did not pay rent for 14 months when we discovered that.
And your plan going forward is 2 units at a time, or just, I heard 2 units and then the entire.
Our goal is the 2 units right now is what our initial phase would be. And this is going to basically set the foundation for our second phase, because what it does is the remodel is only a couple of months, which means by the end of the year, we would have two families placed, which is an additional $2,000 per month. So that would help increase our rent revenue per month. And that alone, that 3,500, the 2,000 helps. And then it's helping get us in line, because when we get our numbers up, we have a better chance of getting funding. So that second set will be the big over the whole property renovation will take about a year, because we can only do 1 building at a time because of the limited housing available here. Otherwise, we could get everyone out, rehab it, get it done, it'd be done in 6 months. We are unable to do that.
Right. But you do have a plan at that point to where you could relocate one building's worth of unit of occupants.
Yes, the lovely thing is we're a community action team and we offer all these amazing services. So we will have our housing team, they'll come in like a SWAT team and help everybody. So community action team will be a big part of helping the tenants relocate. And actually Classic Community Action Team would be jumping in with us. They're a partner of ours.
Any other thoughts? I appreciate the backstory, the history of this, because I've been very confused, on how we got to the place we're at. So thank you so much. That really helps me
Oh, thank you.
understand.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your time.
All right,
Take care.
thank you very much. Susan, correct? Barbara. Just 1 second. Thank you for coming in so early. Feels early.
If you had asked me 12:50, I would have tried very much.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, so my name is Susan Prettyman Harfeld, and I am the Deputy Director at the Harbor. If you're not familiar already with the Harbor, our mission is to promote self-determination and hope to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. And then we also serve survivors of human trafficking and strangulation as well. We do that through a variety of different programs. The biggest one that we do is our advocacy center. We have advocates on staff that work with different populations. So some advocates work with youth survivors. Some of our advocates work with the 2S LGBTQIA plus community. And we also have an advocate who works specifically with families that have been, sent to us from DHS, with different family coaches and things like that. And we do also have advocates that just work with everybody. We have a pretty robust prevention team, and our prevention education really spans throughout the entire county, but is very focused on youth. So we actually go to different high schools, we do presentations, we go to Tunbridge Job Corps Center, we actually go there 3 times a week right now. And we do presentations on sex, consent, and relationships, digital tech abuse, abuse in the media. And our belief is that we can stop violence from happening if we prevent it in the first place. So we want to do a lot of prevention work with youth so that they understand what is a healthy dating dynamic and what is not. We also have a really great Latinx program. We have 5 staff members that are bilingual bicultural. So they work with the Spanish-speaking community to help provide the same services that the rest of our advocates do. We have a confidential shelter. So anybody who's fleeing domestic violence, we can help put them into our confidential shelter or also into hotels. And then another big part of our agency is what our grant proposal is for our DSAR team. Which means it's domestic and sexual assault response team. We lovingly call those our on-call advocates at the agency. So we recognize at the Harbor that domestic violence, sexual assault can happen anytime. It's not always Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 when we're at work. Sometimes those calls come in at 2 o'clock in the morning. So our DSAR team has a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week crisis response. Anybody can call us at any time and they can get an on-call advocate. We'll triage the situation with them. We'll see if perhaps they need, some just need emotional support. We need to talk about what happened, but oftentimes they need us to come pick them up in a safe location and put them into a hotel. They need us to meet with a law enforcement officer with them. They're feeling intimidated. They don't understand what's, the questions that are being asked. So we can meet them at a police station. Sometimes that's meeting a survivor, even at our advocacy center, to give them some basic needs. Maybe food has been withheld from a survivor, they need some food or they need clothing. But oftentimes our on-call advocates spend a lot of time at the hospital. If we have a survivor who's experienced a sexual assault and they decide that they want to go in for a SEED exam, our advocates will actually either pick them up and take them for medical advocacy, or we'll meet them at the hospital of their choice. And we are survivor-led, so we let the survivor decide where they want to go. It might be Providence, it could be CMH, it could also be the Astoria Burden Center, where we have a great partnership with them. We actually provide them some funds so that they provide on-call
same exams whenever we need them as well. The problem with those sort of exams at bigger hospitals is sometimes our rural community doesn't have a nurse available. So sometimes our advocates will have to actually sit while we wait for somebody to come from Portland. So sometimes it's hours that they're sitting with a survivor. These are the people who wear capes. When the rest of us are asleep in our warm beds, they are out figuring out how to get resources for people who have experienced extreme trauma. If you go into the hospital, it's not always known. If you go in for an exam, the hospital and the law enforcement will take all of your clothing. Everything becomes evidence. So, you know, on top of this extreme trauma that you just experienced, now you may have to go out and purchase new socks, new underwear, comfortable pants. And so for us, our proposal for the city of Cannon Beach is that we would like to we request $15,000 so that we can pay for part of one of our Desert advocates, but also some basic needs for survivors. So we want to be able to give them in the moment the clothing that they need or the food that they need in the moment so that they don't have to go home after this trauma and turn around and go back out and focus on basic needs. We would like to also provide some things to survivors who choose not to go to the hospital, because we're survivor-led, they can choose their path, and we're there to support them. And sometimes that is assistance with like legal protections. They may want us to work with them to do protection order, a restraining order. So this would pay some of the staff time for them to actually fill out the form and go to court with them so that they have an advocate with them. It might also include some clothing for them if they decide not to go, and then sometimes might even include things like assistance in paying for STI testing and even pregnancy tests for them.
So thank you very much. Questions from the group?
No questions, but big thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. All of our on-call advocates actually, and I don't know that everybody actually knows this, but our on-call advocates have an on-call manager as well that's working. So everybody from the executive director all the way down to our supervisors takes an on-call shift every single month. So if an advocate doesn't know the answer to a question, they can pick up the phone and they can actually get me at 3 o'clock in the morning and I will guide them through what to do. They can do that for our executive director, anybody on staff. So we don't expect anybody on our staff to do something that we wouldn't jump in and do ourselves too.
That's an amazing
Yeah. That's huge.
attitude.
Yeah.
So do you have adequate staff to handle the needs that you experience? Are you doing okay?
Sometimes, I mean, I'll be very honest with you, the state of the world is really hard for a domestic violence agency right now. We have really had to consider, you know, how we fund all of our positions. And we haven't had to let go of anybody on our staff, but we have had to kind of restructure and not hire for other positions. So I think we're doing okay. We have 2 on-call advocates right now, and then amongst our leadership team, we have several leadership team that can jump in. And then our regular advocates are actually all willing to jump in and take on-call shifts as well if somebody gets sick or have an emergency or something.
And all your advocates, are they paid staff? Do you have volunteers that are willing to step in and?
We do. So all of our actual staff is paid staff. We have a volunteer and outreach coordinator that works with volunteers, but they don't actually go out and sit with advocates at this point or sit with survivors at this point. Our volunteer and outreach coordinator in the last year has actually amassed 45 volunteers, just really incredible. And I think some of them do want to go out and do that work. The reason that we don't is because our advocates, everybody on our staff goes through a 40-hour advocacy training, which provides us with something called advocate privilege. And it also makes us not mandatory reporters. So whereas a survivor might feel uncomfortable talking to law enforcement or even to a teacher or somebody about the abuse that might be happening, specifically that's happening to a child in the household, they feel much more comfortable talking to us because they know we're not mandatory reporters. And then we can work even harder with them to come up with a safety plan for when that abuse might start to happen, how we can support the child in the prison household as well. So our volunteers oftentimes want to come in and do events with us. They're really excited about outreach and things like that, but they don't necessarily have the time to commit to doing the 40-hour advocacy training to get the confidentiality.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. We always look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are actually. I know that Sea Turtles Forever is sitting right out there. I mean. Morning. Good morning. Right, we're limited to 10 minutes because of the number of applicants we're going through, so we're kind of timing it and we'll flag you when you're about halfway, 5 minutes or so, and hopefully give us a couple of minutes at the end to ask a few questions.
Oh, yeah.
So, whenever you're ready, sir, just
Um,
tell us who you are and who you're representing.
I'm the project administrator and executive director for Sea Turtles Forever. And the SCF Blue Wave, which is the Blue Wave that operates down here. This is our 14th year trying to maintain a pristine beach environment due to the landfall of marine microplastics on our beaches here. And 3 years, the same thing. We've already started working. We've got a Pacifica project we're doing now. And we've got 4 students from the high school seniors. One from biology, 1 civic engineering, 2 civic engineering. And the other one wants to be a crab fisherman, which we can talk none of that. But anyway, we have a team of Pacifica project workers down there now. We start at Nicas Park. And Nicas Park to me is extremely historically significant and also one of the highlights of the Cannon Beach. And so it's also the probably most affected site. That whole area from Nicas Park to Well Park is probably one of the most affected sites on the whole Oregon coast every year. So we started Nicas Park because we really want to get that the top priority. And then we'll move down through West Park. And then we focus on Les Shirley needs filtration years that not every. And so our priorities are Nicas Park, Well Park, Les Shirley Park, the north side of Haystack Rock, which also for some reason collects a lot of landfall. Just mostly on the north side, very little on the south side. And Chapman Point is a extreme collection zone for plastic. So if we get all those sites in, then we also would like to work with Crescent Beach if possible. It's not quite as consistent as Nicas and Well Park is every year. 14 years is probably the same. About in December, January, February, we get covered stuff. This year is a little bit more challenging because of the wood debris. And we had a lot more wood debris than normal this year. I mean, I've been on the beach 14 years. I haven't ever seen it quite at this level. Wood debris. So we are raking the wood debris off the plastics because the plastics are underneath the wood debris. So we're raking it off now because we had some complaints from the city about bringing too much wood debris in with plastic. We can't separate every bit of wood debris with this system we're using. We can't get clean really small sticks. We try and take everything else out. We spend time, but now we're raking it off first, prepping it for the filtration so that we can get out at the plastics and then it come out cleaner. We leave that wood debris that we separate on the beach. I'd like to remove it myself, but we would leave it on the beach because that is what we've been directed to do. So the thing about the core team, why we need to pay this core team. And, you know, I raised, in the 14 years, I've raised well over $500,000 we need every year myself. And to pay this core team, because we have volunteers, a lot of volunteers, and it was really bad. The COVID years wiped out our volunteer days. We literally went down to 0. We normally have, I mean, we've already this month, we've got a group coming in tomorrow. Got 135 volunteer hours for the clock by tomorrow because of this Pacifica project. And then we have Community Roots School coming on the 14th. And we're gonna have 260 volunteer hours this month. We need a team that's experienced and is down there every day that can direct these people. And otherwise, it'd just be chaos. I mean, we couldn't use volunteers without those people directing them. Then we have the Dragon Boat team that wants to come this year. We've got Dancing Dragons coming on June 14th. Our volunteer base is starting to really go down because those COVID years were terrible. We literally, our core team had to do all the work. It was brutal, but we've always accomplished our goal of cleaning at least Negus and Whale Park. And most years, we might have had 1 year where that's where all we could accomplish because it was so bad with our core team and a few volunteers. But now we'll have 1,000 volunteers this year probably. And we're gonna really get some stuff done. We're already getting that. Dancing Dragons in 14th. We've had, actually this year we had 200 Eco School Network hours and 36 Cloud Running Shoe Company hours earlier in the year because we went out in January and February. But that was not here because the Eco School is a thing we do every year. Fort Stevens, this was our 13th year. They bring 100 kids, school kids. They got 5 schools, and they bring them every year. I'm trying to direct them here because here we really need them. But I think we're going to have a really great volunteer base this year. We've got the best team I've had in a while. We've got the athletes. So on our 4 team, got Austin Palmer is the Seaside Varsity Center, really fantastic athlete. Jaden Anderson is the Seaside Varsity quarterback, he's an all-state quarterback, he's going to school for marine biology. These guys are athletes. I'm down there working with them. I've been on the beach a couple of days with them. They're going for this project quite a bit, but I've been down there getting it going, training them, and they really. It's incredible having athletes. Last year, for 2 years, I worked with Banks Varsity Property. It's incredible to get athletes. They can really get a lot of work done there.
We're about 7 minutes in now, Mark.
So that's why we need, and they have to be paid. They work all summer, 5 days a week, regular job. We need 4. Do this right, and then I administrate, which volunteering administration this year, because we don't have much budget. We have, I gave you guys a financial report. I don't know if you actually, we have some budget, but our largest funder closed their program last budget. So they've been given 7,500 to 8,000 each year. And I better let you ask some questions. If you got questions. I do have one more request here. We need help with the dumpster. What I would like to request, and I put it in my notes, is that we really need a dumpster. Biggest part is for us, a locking dumpster, so no one else will be able to put anything in it. But because we're gonna bring ton and a half of material up, Bell Park. That's our average. Last year was 3,500. Our average is about 10. And we've been transporting it to City Hall, but they, you know what's going on down there. It's chaos.
Oh, can't get there,
Huh?
can't get there now.
Right,
Yeah.
so I don't know, we need a place to dump, and that dumpster you could park would be, it wouldn't. That would make our road complete, I don't know where we're gonna go.
We'll make a note then, and
What's that?
I will make a note of that need and make sure we pass it on.
I think we better have a question.
Sure, question, so, from Mark?
I've got a question, just from my understanding. So your $10,000 request, is that basically gonna go into your general operating fund, or is it earmarked to for salaries for this core team, or how is this $10,000 gonna be invested?
It doesn't go into our general fund, is separate from the Blue Wave fund. The Blue Wave has its own account. Everything that comes from Cannon Beach goes into that account and stays in that account for this beach. It
Okay.
will go to pay our core team. Every penny of it's gonna go to pay the core team.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for everything.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks.
Ready to move
I
on?
really appreciate you guys because. Yeah.
But what,
Matt?
living on the beaches,
Yeah.
yeah, it's.
Come down sometime. We had Eric Ostrander come down last week. And he spent like over an hour with us. That was really great.
I've always struggled, and I should maybe take this offline, but it's hard for me to know when you're gonna be down there. But I'd like to stick my head in.
If you're coming down, I'm gonna be there. I'm not there every day. I'm sure. But
Do you
well,
maintain a public schedule or a website?
starting June 14th, we're there 5 days a week, Monday to Friday.
June 14th.
Starting June 14th. Right now, we're there. But it's a Pacifica project. We're not there every day during
Yeah.
school. The second school gets out, we're there 5 days a week. Tomorrow is gonna be a pretty big operation.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help and consideration.
So. This is what maybe is. Camp Hill, can't say it, I'm sorry.
It's Juarez and then Long.
I think it's something in my head, it just.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, have a seat. If we will commence as soon as Anita gets back. So
How's your day going?
it's a beautiful day to be outside.
No, it's
Yeah.
not there.
What you're not.
Thanks for being flexible.
Yeah. They call me, continue, I'm like, I'm there.
Betty, you doing okay?
You know, sometimes that sounds like there's music connected to the sound. It's kind of in and out, so I'm not sure.
It is Melvin Park right now, so we're probably hearing a lot more.
Well, we'll try to speak up a little bit.
Thanks,
If-
guys. Thank
If you
you.
want to speak up, I haven't been doing a good job of keeping an eye on you, so please be insistent.
I'm trying good. I'm trying to hear, and I think I'm doing pretty well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Betty. All right. So please introduce yourself and let's go.
I'm Claire Thompson. I'm part of the Camp Fall board, have been for about 5 years. I was also a camper as well as a staff member, so it's really great that I can come back as a board member and give back to the organization that did so much for me. Not really sure.
So,
What?
so are you familiar with the grant request that
Yes.
was submitted? And but it would be good if you could help us understand what you're going to do with the funds you've requested and a bit about how. I mean, we're Clatsop County wide in terms of our interests, but because we're in Cannon Beach, we need to understand how Cannon Beach specifically benefits that kind of thing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Specifically, we requested funds, we call them Sparky-ships, but they're scholarships, specifically for any Clatsop County youth. Every year, the need gets bigger, for, children requesting funds. And it's anything from, you know, they need $50 to the full amount of tuition, which ranges from $275 to $600, depending on the week. Like I said, we just offer those to children who are in Clatsop County. And of that, every year it ranges from about 10 to 15% of those Sparky-ships that we award go to a child of Cannon Beach specifically. This year, we're reviewing about 80 applications for funds. We end up awarding pretty much all of it every year. This last year, it was about 17,000 that we awarded to different families of different varying amounts. And the impact, I mean, goes beyond just the financial assistance to that family. I myself have gone through the program. I probably wouldn't have been able to go if it weren't for my mom working at the camp and getting a break on tuition. I have 4 other siblings, we all were able to go, but now we are all 4 of my siblings actually have worked in Cannon Beach, have had employment here, we continue to work through our excavation business, but I mean, that's really the large impact for Cannon Beach, is that this is likely the children that go to this camp are going to be your workforce, will be employees of the city, will be the wait staff at your restaurant, will be the owners of the businesses serving this community. We have a huge support and following from places like Sleepy Monk or Bill's Tavern. They help us with our annual fundraiser and contributing that way so that we can fund that full $17,000 to $15,000 every year. So that's really the larger impact for this community specifically. The social emotional connections that these kids are making is invaluable. They're not getting it in school. They're definitely not getting it at home. So for them to be able to go and connect with their peers and having someone older there as their counselor to help guide them through the experience of camp there. They have, so I'm a little shaky. It makes me emotional every time talking about it, but as a camper and an employee being there, I've met kids who they were considering suicide before then, but they decided to come to camp instead. I mean, serious, or kids who they don't get consistent meals for the year, so this is probably the first week that they'll be able to have 3 meals a day, have shelter, not have to worry about the environment that they're coming into, that they can feel safe for a week is huge. And I mean, I haven't met a room that I've walked into that I haven't met someone who they've gone, their children have gone or been impacted by Camp Quantum. So it's a huge piece of my life, and it's a huge piece of a lot of people's life that they hold very deeply to have that experience.
Thank you. You're doing great.
I love talking about it. I know I'm always so nervous, but I mean, it's.
Well, and we only put the pressure on you because we're limiting in our time, because
Right.
we've got so many people to talk to. Can you tell me a little bit more? So what's the typical number of days that a camper would be with you? Is it a week?
So most of them are week-long sessions. Most of them are overnight. We have a couple, 2 weeks that are day camp. So there's some kids, because we start with going into 2nd grade up to 9th. And then we also have a counselor and training program to sort of invest these kids into a counselor position and train them ourselves. So they'll be there for a week. They come in on Sunday night and they leave Saturday morning, but it's a full day of activities. They're boating, they're doing archery, swimming. They also have to do their clean cabin. They also have to, we rotate cleaning the restrooms. I mean, and they get feeds to sort of motivate them to do these tasks, but I mean, they're learning a lot of responsibility. They're learning a lot of skills out there that, you know, hands-on skills that they wouldn't be getting anywhere else. So it's huge.
Wonderful. I'm not from this area, so I wasn't familiar. Thank you so much.
No, absolutely.
Questions?
Any other questions?
All my kids went, so. Fully supported, yeah.
I know, I was lucky enough, I got to go, it was 6 weeks, we have expanded to 7 weeks, so, which is huge. Being able to offer, because there's usually 20 to 30 kids on a wait list for every session that we offer. So we just, I mean, we have plans hopefully in the future to expand our cabins and expand our staffing. But the need is huge, just, and the demand that we've limited. So you can only do 1 week every summer, because people would want to do multiple weeks, and we want to accommodate as many kids as we can, and that's usually about 750 to 800 kids every summer. So that's a big,
Very
and
impressive.
to have it right here in our community is great.
Yeah, that's good. No more questions, then we'll let you go. You did a great job.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank
so
you
much.
very much.
Thanks.
In many ways, I saw a lady walking back and I wondered if it was somebody
We're
from
supposed to have a
us.
little break or something, because I think we.
Oh, we do have a
Sure,
break. Thank you.
no
We do.
breaks.
That's fine.
No
So-
breaks, no.
It's
lunch.
rough.
I snuck a bathroom break, and that was okay.
Yeah, you just have to advertise. You gotta go. All right, so let's take our 10-minute break. We're actually doing very well. And so, next we will hear from Kari with the Wildlife Center of the North Coast. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I'm here with the Wildlife Center of the North Coast. And, first I wanted to start off by saying thank you for the support that you gave us last year. The city of Cannon Beach, you all are one of our largest and longest, running funding partners. And so we're so appreciative of your support. And I'm happy to be here talking to you today about what we have accomplished. So last year, we treated almost 600 wildlife patients. That's an increase from the year before by about 100. And around 100 of those came from the city of Cannon Beach. So that was about 1 in 6 of our patients that we rescued last year were directly from your community. We responded to multiple wildlife calls from Cannon Beach residents and visitors. And those calls were met with Cannon Beach residents that volunteer for the Wildlife Center, coming to rescue those birds. We had hosted over 1,500 participants in tours and education programming, at the Wildlife Center, and then, in classroom visits as well, which we did last year. We, of course, used the money for wildlife diets, fish and water and medicine, for those seabirds. I don't know if you know this, but fish that seabirds eat is quite expensive. So, seabird food isn't necessarily cheap. We feed them herring, bait herring. Thankfully, we have a good source for that, but they are expensive eaters, specifically the pelicans. We also had our 7th year of summer camps out of the Wildlife Center. We hosted about 50 kids that came out for outdoor school or outdoor camp. And we started doing classroom visits. So we started taking live birds into classrooms. And we were able to complete all of the Lewis and Clark 4th grade. So all of the 4th graders in Astoria got live classroom visits with our ambassadors. So while we're requesting continued support, we would love to increase that program to South County too, and we have goals to do that this year. I do believe she is scheduled. We're going to do a trial at the Seaside High School because we have a volunteer that goes there. So we're going to start there, but we do want to increase that program. Going into the classroom with a wild animal, no one else is doing that. I remember having that experience as a child, and it was super impactful. So, we really want Clatsop County kids to have that experience and have that learning opportunity too. We also started a banding program, so we've been banding birds. This year we'll be banding both common murres and brown pelicans, and we're starting a campaign to get special bands for the brown pelicans so we can track them after we release them. Which will be super cool because that'll give us a lot of information about what happens to the birds after we release them. Do they need to come back into care, or are they seen out and about? We have seen previously, probably about 10 years ago, we did have a pelican banding program, and we've gotten pictures of those pelicans down in California and up in Washington. So it's gonna be really cool to see the results of that. And truthfully, most of the common birds that we rehabilitate and release are indeed from Cannon Beach. So that would be really great to see that information. And yes, and we also completed a new enclosure for a resident raptor. We're going to be taking in a Kestrel falcon. So we're just waiting on the permits from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to get approved. She's currently housed at the Bird Alliance of Oregon in Portland at their rehab facility, but they're cutting their ambassador program, so they're rehousing them. So we're going to take her on. And we also have plans this year to upgrade our largest enclosure that we use to rehabilitate brown pelicans. We're going to be building them out a better water feature and kind of making some upgrades to that enclosure because it's been a really long time since anything's been done to it. And I don't know if you all have seen, but brown pelicans are struggling right now. There was a nesting site down in Northern California that fledged too early due to ocean conditions that were unfavorable. And so a lot of the juveniles left, and they're very hungry, and they've been stranding themselves all the way up the coast. So we've been getting calls all the way down to Brookings of people with these brown pelicans. And we've been, I don't want to say fighting, but we've been in discussion with ODFW to try to rehabilitate all of them, but due to concerns over transporting birds that far distance with the presence of bird flu in the environment, we're still only allowed to take them as far south as Tillamook, which really just highlights how important it is to have these services here in Coffee County and in our community. And so thank you again, because your support really does ensure that we can continue to have wildlife rehabilitation services here in Coffee County. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
Maybe just one clarification for me is you talked about a lot of operational things that you're doing, kind of ongoing projects. It's great to hear about the education program, possibly expanding that into South County area too. And then a few other kind of maintenance and construction needs. So the $10,000 request, is that going to go into a general budget fund?
Yes, yeah, it'll be for general operating support. So we'll use it to accomplish all things.
I wanted to, first of all, thank you for coming in. We're well aware of how lucky we are, I think, to have the Wildlife Center in our back door. I guess I wanted to ask a question concerning finances, and this may not be your bailiwick, and it's not mine either, but I was looking at the profit and losses. And in the year 2023, the organization ended up with about a $50,000 negative, but the year 2024 turned around to a positive like $140,000. And I kind of know from recollection in past years, there was kind of a rough spot. Can I feel good about that? That means you're working your way out of that and things are turning up, because,
Yeah.
you know, that's great to have that kind of used cash reserve to go into 2025 with.
Yes, yes. So we did have $100,000 cash reserve, and we had a couple of rough years that we did draw from that. Last year, we were fortunate to get a fairly generous request, which is why that number is so large.
Makes such a big difference, right?
Yeah. But it was really a blessing to the Wildlife Center, because we were able to restore those reserves. I think the bequest was about 125,000, and so being 140,000, you know, we worked really, really hard last year, and that was unexpected. We weren't planning on that, but we worked really, really hard to cut our budget back and not spend anything last year because we knew that we needed to get back to it.
So you still would have managed,
Yeah.
even without that, you would have shown real progress.
Mhm.
Well, kudos,
Yeah.
because I know how hard that is to pull that kind of thing off.
Yeah.
Any questions? Or comment?
Thank you for your work, and yeah,
Yeah.
Cannon Beach is very wildlife sensitive and proactive.
Yes,
Yeah,
amazing.
always enjoy seeing you. Thank you.
On my way in, it's a cute story, I passed, it was like a big construction van, and there was this little tiny songbird that flew and stopped on the street, and the construction van stopped. Yeah. You only see that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right. Hello, folks, American Legion.
Yes, are you ready for us?
Why don't you come up and have a seat, if you're comfortable?
Okay.
So you're only allowed 10 minutes.
Yep.
Which, you know, and we'll run a clock and kind of flag you at some point, but so far, everybody's been doing a good job and we're running right on time.
So you're gonna have a little music to play us off and little green
Well,
lights. that
actually,
lights it.
we did at one point, but it wasn't very nice.
That's what we need.
Start that, so. Tell us who you are. Ready when you are.
I'm Marilyn Dwyer, and this is Mike Dwyer, we're representing the American Legion. I'm in the auxiliary, and he served in the Navy, he's a Legionnaire. And we want to thank you for, first of all, for the grant that we received last year. We received $8,700, and that helped us to replace our heat pump and do our air conditioning. But just like everything in the world today, it costs more than what we bargained for, and so we're able to have the extra funds to complete that project. And then secondly, we thank you for not doing it alphabetically. Because we were first last year, and that would have been 9 o'clock, and we're retired, so. Thanks for doing that. Okay, so we are part of the American Legion. There's the Legionnaires, the auxiliary, and then there's another organization called SALS, which is Sons of American Legions. We're not a 501c3, we are a 501c19, which means we serve a nonprofit serving veterans. We've been in Cannon Beach since 1948, located at the Legion Hall down in Midtown. Sorry. And we have about 300 members combined with all three organizations, 300 members. And about 40% of those are local people who live in the area. The rest are maybe Portland people who think, oh, wouldn't it be nice to have a little key into Cannon Beach, so I'll join the Legion and Auxiliary, and then when I get there, I'll have a friendly face and know where it is, and then also have access to what the upcoming events are. So some of the events that we've held in the last 6 months is we had a crab feed twice, February and March. We had a oyster feed January and April, and we just have this Cinco de Mayo. So these are the events that are open to the public that we sponsor. And people really like that, to come down and do the oyster feed. That's a very popular one. And so we're thankful that we're able to get it back to them. And then the place is also open for other events that we held there. It's one of the few places that has a full bar and event space and kitchen. So, and it's open to local nonprofits for a reduced price. And the next one coming up is Pets by the Tolden Arts. Always have the auction at the end of their Pets Day, which is coming up on June 3rd. Some of the other organizations that have used it are sometimes outside organizations, some people have memorials for people passing and stuff like that. And we're happy to say that
some of the nonprofits are, our members are participate and help with them. We help with the CERT, the food pantry, the library, the history center, you know, the farmer's market, and the 4th of July, obviously, which we kind of started that. And we figured, looking at the grants that are asked for today from your organization, our members are represented in probably 30% of those organizations. So we're in the community, in the organizations, and open to the public for our events. So it's a really necessary that we keep going. And just like everybody else, we have membership lagging and COVID, and I'm still gonna always say COVID. And then, you know, rising prices. So, our request this year was for $10,000. We're looking to replace do some repairs on things rather than replace the whole thing. So we're looking to replace the keg bar. The bar holds the kegs. It's held,
Refrigerator.
yeah, refrigerator part behind the bar, and it's held with duct tape right
It's
now.
held together with duct tape, right away.
Yeah.
Duct tape's good stuff.
Yeah. And then we're looking to also repair a part of the roof repairs, because again, we live at the coast and the weather is very harsh. And so we're looking to not replace the whole roof, but
do a repair that gets through a few more years so that we can gather up more funds, because replacing the roof is gonna be like about $40,000.
and then we're also looking to help the kitchen times, the full kitchen that we provide. Again, an older building, 1948. And so we're looking at what needs to be repaired for eventually a dishwasher.
Yeah, eventually the dishwasher, the old dishwasher we got still works, so we're not gonna replace it yet. But it was installed probably in '84, and it's mostly used by Waffle Houses and submarines. So I may have seen one.
Yeah, he served on the submarine, tell you about those.
Yeah.
And then, of course, a small item was the chairs that we get get these chairs.
Yeah.
Just like you got, and we also have some bar stools that need some repair for reupholstery. That's about it. What,
Yeah, that's about it. The idea was we're trying to, like, the dishwasher is gonna be a $20,000 job. Because it's a commercial dishwasher. The roof obviously is gonna be 40,000, so we're not asking for that right now, we're kind of getting ready for it. And we need to gather more funds because our capital fund is severely depleted.
so it's just like everybody else with grants. If we have a little grant, we can say to our members, look, we're getting the money, a little bit of head start. How can you help us send some money so that we can maintain in the community? Because we're an important part of the community. We want to be in the community, we love being in the community. So,
And maybe we can guilt some of those people who don't live in Cannon Beach to, okay, give us money.
any questions?
All right, thank you. I'll let anybody in the panel got a question, I've got something,
I think you touched on it. So is your major source of income from membership dues?
Actually, both the annual dues from both the national and the district have gone up. So this year, we're gonna be almost break even on dues as far as Legionnaires go. We're increasing our dues next year. But that's a timing thing because of the way the process works online and so.
So dues is not really a part of our income because like he says that it's like other organizations, the dues cover joining that large organization. So, we have the bar when we have open events, that's obviously a thing. And then to have the open events, we try and keep the price low, but that's a little income too, so that helps us out. So,
Sure, okay.
and then, of course, we do things like, Memorial Day and Veterans Day, but that obviously goes directly to veterans. that money that that we raised. And this month we're doing the auxiliary, doing poppies. And again, that money goes directly to serve the veterans, not to the property or the building. So, okay.
Yeah, we try to keep if you make a donation and you want it to go to a particular charity purpose, then we try to keep that separate. So that your donation goes to the charity, but that doesn't help the building and everything else.
Yeah, some of the organizations that we support is obviously veterans. Somebody had a house fire in Seaside that was a veteran, and so we gave them some money. All the organizations help with that. And then we also give money to the food bank and the other the neighboring community stuff, and then scholarships, that's right. Every year we give a couple scholarships to the high school students who live in Cannon Beach, which really makes it harder because if they go to the school district and once lived in Cannon Beach, but maybe they moved to Seaside, so it's a little bit harder that way, but those are the ones that we support in the community. Again, the two things are we support veterans and the local community.
Hey, thank you very much.
I believe the American Legion here is one of the busiest buildings
Yeah.
in town, honestly. Definitely a critical place in town.
Betty's got a full.
Oh, thank you.
So I was just wondering, you guys do so much for the community, and I was wondering, I know your roof is having a problem, and I was thinking, why don't you could you have a fundraiser for yourself, like raising the roof or something? Because I think the community loves your organization so much, and you do so much for everybody else. I think the community could rally around you and help you for a change. So that's just something I wanted to throw out there because I don't think many people know that you have problems with funding your roof. You're always so generous. So I just wondered if that would be something that you could look into.
I like that. We'll do that right away. I love that name, Raise the Roof.
We do have plans right now to put out a letter to all the Legionnaires. But then as you point out, it'd be good to expand it out to the rest of the community.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah. We got a little bit of process because I'm trying to get we need to get the website updated so we can have your donation button actually goes somewhere. But that's all in the process. So I think your point is really good, Nancy. The getting out to the community and bring would be a good approach too.
I heard the music.
Oh.
We probably aren't close, but thank you. Yeah, anyway, we look forward to seeing raising the roof.
Oh, love it. Love it.
All right.
Great idea.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
All right, thanks.
Looks like they,
Hello, Patrick.
Hello.
You ready?
Yes.
We are cranking along. We're keeping it 10 minutes. I won't even, we're being harsh taskmasters. Hopefully it won't. Anyway, and you can start whenever you're ready.
I don't have it first, so.
That's fine.
So, hello, I'm Patrick Lathrop. I consider myself a theatrician, which is I just do just about everything that's involved with theater. I have over 40 years' experience in theater education, and currently I have the honor of serving as the executive director of the Coaster Theater Playhouse. The Coaster Theater is an historic building. It's over 100 years old and was originally the Waves roller skating rink. And occasionally I'll still get an old timer who comes through who actually skated there. It's been a performance space since the late 1960s, once featuring an upstart band called Paul Revere and the Raiders. In the early 1970s, it was developed along with the rest of Cannon Beach Village and became the Coaster Theater. And in 2022, we celebrated our 50th anniversary. Coaster Theater Playhouse provides plays, musicals, concerts, special events, and theater programs for children. We recently developed a Saturday workshop for kids and have produced Willy Wonka Jr. Had 25 kids. We meet on Saturdays. We just performed last weekend. I had over 150 people at practically each performance. Of course, children bring in a lot more than our adult actors do, but it was quite a success and a wonderful experience for the children and the families. Previously, we've done Haystack Rocks, working with Haystack Rock Awareness to create a little musical about Haystack Rock. We presented that last year at the November event. What is that called? Stormy Weather. And then prior to that, in the spring, we did a piece called Aesop's Fables, the classic stories, and we toured that all over as far as Kelso. Coming this fall, the Holiday Children's Choir, which will feed into our holiday main stage show, A Carol for Tiny Tim. A Carol for Tiny Tim is basically, the story is Tiny Tim has grown up and he's kind of a brat because he's been catered to all his life. So the three spirits come back to visit Tiny Tim to teach him how to be a better person. Has a lot of opportunities for children. This workshop program is a direct growth of the success of our kids camp programs for ages 8 to 12 and grades 3 to 6. Each of our camps focuses on 3 common aspects of theater arts: acting, singing, and dancing, along with a visual arts component. Usually they make a mask or they make some sort of prop or something that goes with their character. And in addition to improving confidence and creativity, the campers are exposed to teamwork, respect, unlimited imagination, while creating a show of their own. Some of our past themes have been You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, I Am Me, A Charlie Brown Christmas, My Pet Monster, Back to Broadway, and The Land of Oz. This summer, we're planning Artistic Animals, where campers develop an animal character that is also an artist. For example, a giraffe that paints, an elephant that dances, a tiger that plays a guitar, or a mouse that sings. I haven't yet determined the 2026 theme, which is what we're asking for this grant for. Our camp program staff includes me, camp director, and a yoga instructor / counselor. I'll occasionally bring on a past camper who's now too old to assist the counselor. Funding from your grant will allow our kids camp tradition to continue in the summer of 2026. By covering the costs of the camp director and yoga instructor through the community grant, we can offer these camps at a minimal cost and possibly and hopefully reaching potential families and demographics that may not look to programming like this due to financial restraints. I hope you'll consider our request, and do you have any questions?
How does yoga play into this?
Yoga, I discovered some time ago that yoga is a wonderful calming, focusing thing. So the first thing the kids do is they have about an hour, not an hour, maybe 40, 45 minutes of yoga, which is just gets them calm. And I've learned that they're so much better behaved and focused when they start with a yoga program. And then we also then take the yoga and present it. It's part of our presentation. So they'll do their yoga poses to a particular story and things like that. So there's a creative aspect to the yoga as well. But really, I do it purposely to get the kids focused and kind of tuned into what they need to be doing.
Yeah, wonderful.
And I utilize Tish Lily, if you know who that is. Tish is one of the yoga instructors here at the yoga studio here in town.
Great. Questions? I think we're probably all very familiar with the coaster.
Great, thank you.
And wonderful work you do.
Thanks.
I just wanted to thank you for offering children's classes. And I know that the Willy Wonka was very successful. It's just wonderful to have young kids in our community be able to be part of something outside the box. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's why we do it, because They don't have opportunities like this in their regular school programming. We also, just to share with you, we also bussed in, I had 2 performances on a Tuesday, and we bussed in over 250 kids from local schools to see the shows during their school day. So that was really exciting, yeah. So,
Great, thank you so much, Patrick.
thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you. So next will be, hopefully that is Darren out there. Well, they'll cover the next 2, South County and.
Good.
Thank you.
Beautiful day on the coast. Thank you all for having me today.
Go ahead and get started.
You're all ready? Ready when you are. Right, go ahead. Fantastic. Well, yeah. Appreciate you guys having me today. We're going to talk about the South County Community Food Bank. One of my absolute biggest passions. I've had a lot of volunteer opportunities over the years. This year, I'm going on my 8th year as president of the board. One of my fellow board members, he and his wife have been part of our board for over 20 years. He told me that out of that 13 years of his tenure were spent as president, so I guess that's an expectation. But I absolutely love what I do. I absolutely love getting to see the folks that clients that come in every day looking for food. And in your packet, I included a follow-up from 2024. Kind of roughly goes over the numbers from last year. We saw an absolutely amazing 8,984 clients come through our pantry, which represented about 218,000 pounds of food that went through our pantry. That's up about 17,000 from pounds of food from last year. Those numbers are also about 1,500 clients higher than the folks that we saw last year. We've seen a really, really steady increase since about 2022. Most of you may remember I spoke back in 2020, 2021. We expected floodgates to break open during the pandemic, and they really didn't. It really didn't materialize. Folks had a lot of other access to food. They were getting additional food stamp benefits, things like that. So other government support that sort of helped them out with their food needs. But we have seen an amazing amount of growth in those numbers. We basically last year surpassed what we've seen even prior to the pandemic. So we see a lot more clients coming in. Staff tell me that we're seeing new faces at the food pantry all of the time. Folks that didn't have to rely on the food banking system, prior to the pandemic or even just right after the pandemic. So really, really interesting to see that occur. I have about 35 volunteers that last year put in about 4,661 hours. So we heavily depend on our volunteers to accomplish our mission. And that mission is to provide a 3 to 5 day emergency supply of food to anybody coming through group partners. So our hours, Tuesday, Thursday, we serve out from 12:45 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We strategically designed our hours that way so that we don't overlap with other pantries that are serving out. We actually complement other pantries' hours. So we have St. Vincent Paul in Deerheart that serve days opposite us. Cannon Beach Food Pantry serves out on Wednesdays. here in Cannon Beach. So pretty much 5 days a week, 6 days a week, folks can find a food pantry that's open and available to them. And we feel that's an especially important thing. We're all partner agencies as part of the regional food banking system. And so we, instead of working against each other, we really like to complement. Cannon Beach Food Pantry, actually, after they're done serving out on Wednesdays, if they have product that isn't gonna make it to the following week, the things like the vegetables, breads, things like that, they drop it off on Thursday mornings at our pantry. So just one more opportunity to get into the folks' hands who really need the services. So, last year, I think our only major project in the pantry was, we had to replace a roof. And that was a year ago, January. We had kind of gone through a little bit of a windstorm, noticed some leakage. And you guys may or may not remember that those 2 units that make up our food pantry used to be the outdoor classrooms here at the Cannon Beach Elementary School. So a number of years ago, they were brought up to Seaside, co-joined, and so that roof was original to those buildings, so we had to have that replaced, so that was, about $10,000 to do that, so. Like to say that your support last year was well spent. We're going into some, what I feel like is really new territory, with the budget cuts that are being made at the federal level. We've only started to kind of feel the impacts of those changes at the federal level. We anticipate that about 18% of support from the USDA is going to be cut. That never really comes down to us in the form of money, but what's more important to us is the USDA product that comes to us. We felt the pinch in peanut butter, interestingly enough. We don't really always think of peanut butter as a really great source of nutrition, but for us and some of the clientele that we serve, peanut butter is a really, really important thing because it's a quick protein. It's something that folks don't have to have any cooking facilities to be able to utilize, and you can slather some out on a piece of bread. It's just kind of a quick source of protein. So we did end up having to purchase 24 cases from Safeway about 2 weeks ago. Because we're just not seeing that available on the food list like it has been in the past. I anticipate we're gonna see some cuts in things like rice, the dried beans, things like pasta. Those are the things that we are able to secure from the USDA that are not showing up on the list as much these days. And I anticipate that it's gonna become a little bit harder in the coming months as we start to feel that trickle down effect. So. Some of our budget is really gonna have to, more of our budget's gonna have to go to actually purchasing food, so from outside sources, so.
Safeway give you a break on that?
They did, interestingly enough. Sometimes it can be a little challenging with Safeway, but no, they are a good partner. As one of my other volunteer services to the pantry, I pick up Safeway every Tuesday and Thursday morning, before I go to my day job, so, yeah.
So are you at the end of this one? So we could ask questions?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, I phrased it badly, I apologize.
That's
Any
all right.
questions?
No, I had mine.
I think you've already really addressed it, and thank you for helping me understand a bit about the stress that the system's going to be under with we know about the budget cuts at the very high level, but it's hard to know how it's gonna trickle down.
Exactly, yeah, it really is in the amount of product that the USDA is able to bring down. We've always had access to the Toastio cereals and the flakes, not the frosted flakes, but the corn flakes, things like that we don't really think about, but when the to purchase list comes out, normally we get that list every 2 weeks from our regional food bank up in Warrenton. Normally it's about 4 or 6 pages of product that we have to choose from. Either we purchase it at a share cost from the regional food bank, which is about 18 cents a pound. Absolutely amazing price. Can't beat that, especially for things like meat. And then we'll have a section of USDA product that is that's free. It's just brought from the federal level, usually goes to Oregon Food Bank. Oregon Food Bank parses out to regional, and then regional passes along to us. So you get 5-pound bags of flour, there's your pasta, your rice, your dried beans, and those real staple items, the shelf stable milk, things like that. That list is just shrinking. It's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller as we kind of really get into this kind of, I call it kind of a crisis period. At least for us in the food banking system, it's kind of a crisis period. So
Right.
it's not the federal dollars that come down to us, it's that product.
Right. And, I mean, I'm just speculating, I guess, but that also affects the producers of those goods because that's where they sold it to government. Right?
Exactly.
So it'll all.
During those periods when farmers have an overabundance, that's when USDA usually steps in and says, okay, we'll buy this up. And then we'll have it processed by, go to a certain processor, we'll have it processed into the end user product. And we've seen that a lot with cranberries in the past. When I first took over as president about 8 years ago, we had a plethora of these little bottles of Ocean Spray concentrate, cranberry concentrate. So there's a big boom in cranberries that year. They had processed by Ocean Spray, these little concentrate bottles, and that was amazing. It's one of the only periods that in my memory, I don't think we've ever had access to that much juice to be able to offer to our clients, but that since dried up and then it was something else.
Yeah.
Something else.
Interesting. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Betty, I keep forgetting. Thank you.
I'm just wondering, so the food that you're not getting, so it's just going to waste at the farm point? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
I mean, it just makes me sick to my stomach anyway, it's not something you probably can answer, but I feel like it's cruelty. That's what it is.
It is, and I've read a couple of articles that farmers are upset that they're just having to fallow some of that product. Yeah, there's just no market for it.
Man. Anyway, thanks for all you do.
And then you want to go right ahead and.
Go right ahead. We'll switch hats. And we'll talk about the Sunset Park and Recreation Foundation. There's another element that I am very, very intimately familiar with. I've been part of the scholarship program for many, many years as part of my work with the Sunset Empire Park and Recreation District. We have a very interactive board of about 7 members that oversee a lot of our fundraising for the scholarship program. And as I pointed out in my application, we saw about a 26% increase in scholarship requests last year. So it's up from about 15,000 and some change to $19,317 in scholarship requests. I also included a breakdown this year of how those scholarship funds were distributed. And this is sort of an interesting change that I've seen occurring over the years since I really started working with the foundation and the scholarship program. Is we used to see much higher percentages for community and senior programs, things like swim lessons and passes. And the interesting change that I've noticed over the years is how those percentages have dropped and the youth programs percentages have increased. So we have about 73.13% of those scholarship funds now allocated for youth programs. And I sort of attribute that to the growing need in our community for childcare. They've often referred to us as a childcare desert here in Clatsop County. You probably heard that term 100 times, but it really, I think that those numbers and percentages really speak to the need for childcare, especially among our young families who maybe are living out of below the poverty level here in Clatsop County. I kind of reflect back a little bit, when my wife and I were very young and we had 3 children at home. Both of us going to school full-time and working part-time, and, you know, raising 3 children under the age of, 8 or 9, and having to have that childcare cost us about $300 a month. I was kind of doing the math in my head at one point. It's $300 a month for each child. So we were spending more in childcare than we were spending probably in rent in Salem at the time for the little 3-bedroom apartment that we had on the north side of town. So, yeah, it's kind of easy to see how struggling families are, really trying to get by. So I think that really speaks to the 26% increase that we've seen this year. So, as I indicated, about $15,000 of our budget comes from grants and individual donations that we receive from community members to our program. And then the other 5,000 we used to come from the event we called the Sweet Affair. Some of you may remember the Sweet Affair that we did. Mary Blake started that many years ago. Then it sort of morphed into what we called the Sip and Savor. And then 2 years ago, we had the Ship and Savor. And we called it the Ship and Savor because that event finally sailed off into the sunset and was retired. So, last year, my board members were just trying to wrap their head around other fundraisers, things that we could do to help bring money into the scholarship program. And where we finally landed was actually doing a Hood to Coast fundraiser. So utilizing the old Broadway Middle School in Seaside that has now been rebranded the Sunset Recreation Center. We were able to offer parking and showers and a place for runners to sleep. And that event, for the first year event, brought in about $5,000. So really key in making up that gap that we had between the $15,000 we normally bring in through donations and grants to get it up to that space where we're able to support the $19,317 in scholarship requests for last year. So, and we are moving ahead, full steam ahead with Hood to Coast fundraiser again this year. So trying to streamline it. We learned a lot last year, so we have some really great ideas for streamlining that event and hopefully generating a little bit more revenue. So,
Well, that's very clever.
yeah. So no more Ship and Savers, so we had to come up with something new. So, yeah. Any questions? No.
Would you say, what's your thinking for this year then? 26% increase, 23 to 24, 20 to 25, were you expecting?
Just from what I've seen
Something similar?
so far out of the gate this year, I haven't seen any more applications than what I probably did last year. Because all of those applications come across my desk. And I haven't seen so far any increase from what I saw last year up to this point, so. Seems like it goes up, kind of tapers off for a little while.
Sure.
Jumps up, kind of tapers. That's been my general experience with it.
I don't think we've got any other questions. We're well familiar with you and your work, and thank you for all you do.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
You guys have-
Thanks for coming in. One time off. Few minutes ahead. Y'all want to go ahead and come up and speak to us? Ready?
Yeah, we have a little, we could throw up, I guess we could log in with me, or if you send me an email, I can get it up.
Yeah. Everyone doing okay? I think not.
There's the paper on them with the.
How long have you been in Hawaii?
Okay, just one second.
Yes.
Circles going around. Everything else is trying to open. Okay. Is it guest Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
CBCC?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the word?
503 436 2623.
Okay.
Hi, Betty.
Okay.
It's a lot. That's why we're like, so, the brush, but it's like.
Yeah, turning it over.
That I did a copy of a report. This is from January, and this is what I presented to our school board as well as Seaside School Board with our lighting project that you guys helped us with. This with last year's grant.
That show up yet?
Redoing my,
It's going around the world.
And I can just, you know, speak to the lighting, in the school, on this, this PowerPoint presentation that I'll put together. You can see the before and after, and, the lighting is so, so nice to have that, updated, and, we can dim the lights in the classroom and it just makes for a much better learning environment for kids. Oh, there it is.
share.
That's what my name's Alex Wilson, secretary on the board.
Marion Lynn, I'm the director of Cannon Beach County.
Right.
Thank you for having us back.
Are you sharing? Good. Yeah. There they are.
There's the kids.
That's what it's all about. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, so we've got 40 students at Cannon Beach Academy this year. A majority of our kids are from right here in town in Cannon Beach. We have families up north as far as Warrenton and down south as far as Nehalem. But a majority of our population is right here in Cannon Beach. And we are a public charter school, kindergarten through 5th grade, and run 2 full-time classrooms, K-1-2 and 3-4-5, and I teach 3-4-5. Those are my group of kids, and then I do my director job and all of the tedious things in the afternoon, so. Yeah, and that's a wonderful picture of the ocean that we get to walk down and experience, pretty regularly, so it's pretty sweet.
Next slide, I think, yeah, it's, we're talking about, we really greatly appreciate the funding combined with those Energy Trust Board grant to replace the lighting. In some of the picture in the upper left, not only was the lighting bad for us, but half of it wasn't actually working at all. So there were a lot of table lamps and other lamps in the space, and being able to dim the light for the different kind of learning modalities is really important. And I know when I've been in there, you could just tell the difference of the space and the feeling. And of course, you've seen it with the kids.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. We were able also to get the contractor, the electrical contractor, local IC side was also did a great job of getting it done off hours and not interrupting things and giving us a really good price on it. I think everybody was very committed to getting that project done and done well. Next one, just the whole idea of connecting to the community. We did run a fundraiser last year, early in the year, raised a considerable amount of funds with the help of a lot of local businesses to renovate the kitchen as part of a seed to table learning. Maybe talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so we started a new school garden this year, and the idea is to teach the kids the importance of growing their own food, and so we do we have a garden during the school day, and then we have an after school eco club where the kids are learning about the garden and pollinators and all of that, and we'll be incorporating what the kids grow into our lunch program and snacks, and so the kitchen previously doesn't have an oven, so a lot of our school lunches were made in crock pots and Instapots, and now we have some pretty cool state-of-the-art equipment in there that we were able to purchase from our fundraiser that we had in the fall. And with our Seed to Table project, we've been bringing in community businesses to educate the kids on different food, and this is Ocean Beauty came from Astoria and talked about salmon and how they get the salmon, where the salmon lives and the process, and then they showed how to cut up the salmon, and the kids had salmon for lunch the next day, and it was so fun. So yeah, and we've had multiple, once a month, we've had different local companies come in and do some sort of a food demonstration, and the kids have had the opportunity to sample food. So it's been really a fun and cool addition to our education at Kennedy Beach.
And so the grant this year, I know it's a little complicated, but just to kind of explain the two or several options that we put on the table as part of the regular maintenance review of the fire life safety systems that are required. Brought in a group that does that, and they determined that there were a number of deficiencies that we'll look at here in a minute in that system, as well as regular maintenance. And that was two parts of the project, one which is complete, I think the other one.
It just got completed.
Just got completed. We got to move forward those as a board because of the concern about life safety. Obviously, if fire sprinklers don't work, there's no use in having them. So the board elected to go ahead and move that forward. And just as a kind of a benchmark of what this means, the school gets, I think it's $8,500 a year per student, you know, from the state, so it's a tough thing when we have to decide, do we take 2 students worth of funding and move it into, sprinklers? Not obviously no choice in that whatsoever, but, it just gives you an idea of the impact that it's had. The other thing that's been a long-term issue in that last picture was the roof, and actually the kitchen right next to that is the area you were seeing in that picture, is where currently there are some existing skylights that lead into that space, and then the rest of the roof also has other areas. So it's nearing its end of life, and so that was the other thing that obviously a lot of funds that yeah, there's a roof replacement. We have been fundraising for that.
And it's
Right,
been,
last night,
yeah, last night, Pelican, had a fundraiser for us and, from the hours of 6 to 9. And, we'll be receiving 50% of the proceeds from that night. And then they also had a raffle, which I wasn't aware of until we were showed up, but it's been amazing. We had Teresa from Susie Scoops did a fundraiser during, spring break and, raised $1,200 for the roof. And then, Mo's has been selling cookies since I think Christmas. And, last I heard is they've raised about $2,000 towards the project. So, it's been, that's the one thing about this community. People are so incredibly generous. And, they love seeing the kids. We're currently doing a PTO fundraiser with discount cards, and a lot of local businesses are on our discount card, and it's very popular, and the kids walk around and charm people into buying multiple. And so it's just great. The community is so supportive of the school, and, we're so grateful and appreciative of that. So.
That's the presentation, but any questions?
Well, great, thank you. Open it up to the committee. Question?
Well, maybe one, I think you answered it, but maybe just for clarification, so it's, you're acknowledging a fairly substantial, change from past year requests. And it looks like that's to be earmarked towards some of these capital projects, so it's these near-term emergency fixes, if you will. And thanks for taking care of the life safety issue, right? And the roof could be the next thing in there too, so, is that correct, that the request here, would go towards those capital projects? And then it would mean the work that we've done in the past with you, that those funds are being replaced elsewhere through these other fundraising? If you don't have we use 15,000 as an example, if you don't have that coming in, from this avenue, if you will, you've got ways to replace that now, is that correct?
It's every budget year is tight and we don't. One thing that's unclear is just exactly what the state will fund. So we're on the same state funding schedule as all schools, although a portion of our funds are actually taken through Seaside School District, sort of takes a cut off the top, if you will. But we don't know what that final number is. So, and then of course it's based on actual enrollment at a point during the school year. So, that can vary also a little bit. So we do have some reserves to balance those things out. So, but the 15,000 definitely was a major bump in our budget for, this year. And so essentially we're in the reserve side doing that we really know what that year's funding will be.
Okay, thank you.
So we wish it was a little more stable or clear, but state funding will be, but it's just not. And of course, we've had increased costs too for one of our major goals as a board was, let's back up a little bit. The important thing in the school is that we stay at the highest standards level for school. And one of those issues was teacher salaries, and the board made a goal this year to be, to bring the salaries to equivalency to the Seaside School District. Which honestly, I don't think we were there, that's right.
No.
So that was
Significantly under.
significantly under, and it was, more based on, do you want to live in Canyon Beach? And that's hard too, for attracting educators that can afford, or find a place to live. So, that was another major goal that pushed our budget, to the upside is we were able to, we had a good enrollment, we were able to, a large part of Stevie's outreach to the community, and that's been a really big change over the last year. All of these people coming in, the outreach has been really grown substantially to businesses and knowledge of people that the school exists. And so that's helped the enrollment grow, and we do keep hoping and working hard to try and get that enrollment up. Love it to be closer to 50, and that puts us in a much more stable position. Thank you.
You guys currently lease your building,
Yes,
and you don't own the building?
No.
And you lease it with the city?
yes.
And was the city told about the sprinkler system replacement? Or is there communication
Yes.
between you guys about what you're doing to the
Yes.
building?
The original fire hydrant was paid by the school, yeah, and, at least the current lease has basically everything has to be paid by the school. It's not a typical lease. That said, that's a very low.
Yeah, our rent is very, very low, so we are appreciative, yeah.
Yeah, so we're not complaining about that, it's
Yeah.
just.
Well, I just
It's
was
capital.
wondering what the relationship, so that they're aware of what
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
doing and appreciate and understand that
Yeah.
you're having the safety of the kids in mind.
And our, of course, in our viewpoint, those are capital improvements that could last much longer than any lease that you. Particularly something like the roof. Would be a long-term issue that if we were not in there, it would still need to be done, the building would stay functional, so. But very appreciative of the space and it's working, it works great.
It is wonderful.
Yeah, it's a good location and you can get to the beach for that, good photo on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Yeah, thoughts? I always enjoy seeing the kids out. They were, I think, maybe my favorite part of our 12 days.
Oh, yes, yes. The parade.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
kids.
the pollinators in the parade.
Yeah.
Kudos to Betty. I think
Yes.
That was well done.
Yeah, the kids loved that. It was very fun.
All right,
Very fun.
any thoughts, Betty?
You're muted.
You're muted.
I feel, I know, I feel funny talking about it because my heart is in that school and anyway, I can't talk, I'll cry.
Well, thank you
Anyway.
so much for coming in.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Just-
Thank
I
you
mean,
for your.
Those kids are the light and the heart of our city. And it's just wonderful that we have a school like that in our community. So anyway, that's how I feel.
You bet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. I'll keep it to under 10 minutes, because we're popular these days. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I'm Summer Peterson. I'm the gallery director for the Cannon Beach Arts Association, and this is Lila Wickham. She's our treasurer. And then I wrote a presentation, so I'm just gonna go through it and then questions. Okay, so we are the Cannon Beach Arts Association and Gallery located, we're a local nonprofit. And we have been proudly supporting the arts in our community since 1986. Next year is a special milestone as we will be celebrating our 40th anniversary. CBA was founded with the mission to enhance arts and culture in Cannon Beach and its surrounding area. And we do this by offering a wide range of programs for both residents and visitors of the Pacific Northwest. Each year, our programs support and create opportunities for more than 200 artists, helping to strengthen and sustain our vibrant creative community. We are seeking a grant of $17,291 to support the continued growth and sustainability of our arts programming. This funding will play a vital role in supporting our kids' summer art camp, individual artist grant, summer internship program, student scholarships, and exhibition programming, all of which are key to nurturing emerging artists, fostering community engagement, and ensuring equitable accessibility to the arts. Our annual summer art camp offers a creative environment for children and young adults to explore various art forms. This program includes classes led by professional artists teaching a range of mediums and techniques such as watercolor painting, eco-mosaics, jewelry making, comic strips, puppeteering, and more. Participants engage in hands-on activities, develop their artistic skills, and gain confidence in self-expression, as well as socialize and develop new friendships within our community. The camp runs for 1 week. This year it's set to take place July 14th through the 18th, and we will host a special kids pop-up exhibition to take place the Saturday post-art camp at the Cannon Beach Gallery. Our individual artist grant program is designed to support local artists in their respective practice. This opportunity is available to artists working in all mediums, providing financial assistance to help cover project costs and materials. The program encourages innovation and supports projects that contribute to the cultural landscape of our community. Applicants are required to submit a proposal outlining their artistic vision and intended impact. We awarded 2 grants, $1,000 each to musician Lake Jarudek and painter Reva Wartall. Lake is using the grant to record his album and do a performance at the gallery. And Reva is painting a series of portraits paired with interviews of coastal residents, capturing their stories and diverse voices that reside on the coast. Okay, our scholarship program is aimed at providing financial aid to graduating students from Seaside High School who are pursuing a higher education in the arts. We originally budgeted to support only 2 students, but this year we awarded 3 scholarships worth $500 each. One to Sophia Cave, who is planning to pursue pottery, Elizabeth Wright, who does watercolor paintings and will continue her artistic journey at university, Kian Harper, who's pursuing photography, film, and marine biology. With the help of the community grant, we aim to continue to disperse 3 scholarships each year, growing the program from 2 students to 3, as we deeply believe in the long-term impact of investing in art students and creative growth. The summer internship program offers a hands-on experience in the arts for the college students and recent graduates. For college students and recent graduates, interns work alongside our gallery director and summer art camp director in various roles in order to administrative work, marketing, event planning, and event planning. This program serves as a bridge to future careers in the arts, providing valuable skills and networking opportunities while contributing to the operations of CBA. Our exhibition program provides opportunities for a diverse range of artists to showcase their artwork while enriching the cultural experience of our visitors. Our coastal community is home to 150 active artists, ranging in age from 3 to 90. And our gallery serves as a vital space to exhibit and sell their work. From May through September, we will host 4 to 5 rotating exhibitions, each showcasing a wide spectrum of artistic voices. This year, we have 4 exhibitions planned. Among them is a juried exhibition open to artists of all skill levels, offering an inclusive platform for both beginning and professional artists to exhibit. Each exhibition includes an opening reception, giving the community members and visitors the chance to meet the artists, celebrate the work, and build connections through a shared experience. To sustain this program, we seek the tourism and arts funding to support the 5 exhibitions during the shoulder season and the community grant to ensure the continued success of our spring and summer exhibition schedule. In closing, the support from the Community Grant Committee will play a vital role in the ongoing success of the Cannon Beach Arts Association. Your funding will allow us not only to continue existing programs, but to grow our opportunities and enrich the artistic fabric of our community. Thank you for considering our grant request. That's it.
And I had a couple comments. If you look at our budget, you'll see that we have a line item for, that you're restricted donation. And I'm mentioning this because it inflates our budget. We got actually $35,000 from Tom Allison in
in commemoration of his wife, who was an artist. And he put specific specifications on how we would spend that money, which is to create a jury show and then provide the artists first, second, and third prize for participating. So I mention that just because it looks like our budget has $35,000 more than it does, but that is very specifically targeted to this particular project. The other thing I would mention is that we're still spending our 24-25 money. So the money that we got from you last year is going for art camp this year, just because the cycle is kind of funny, the way that this application happens and the way we do art camp. And then the last thing that I'd like to say is, as a manager for 40-some years, my goal is to provide people with employment. And so it's very important that we provide opportunities for people to work and live in Cannon Beach, which is why we have the internship in here. Because that is to provide the intern with knowledge, skills, and abilities to work in this field by having some practice. And then we also have a newly found employee who is helping Summer with just the general gallery work, because since Summer's taken over almost all of the grant writing, her job's gotten a lot bigger. So you know, she just needs the support to be able to manage. And you know, it's fun to have all these new young people with vibrant ideas. So that's it for me.
Questions? You anticipated one of my questions by telling me why there's $35,000 extra. But I was curious about the intern. So is that part of the 17 or whatever it is, however much is what they asked was?
Yes, so it's 1,872 for the intern for 4 months.
I didn't see the intern, I may have just missed it, but I didn't see the intern addressed in the write-up, but I was curious, you know. But I think that's wonderful to make those kind of opportunities available. Absolutely.
I like mentoring the young, actually.
I don't have a clever come back to that. I don't. I just think of my kids and it's like, we can have it. All right. Anything else? No? I guess we're just really familiar. Thank you for coming in. Summer, you seemed a little less nervous this year.
Because I have stage fright. You guys are intimidating in your lineup here, so, you know.
Impressed that you nailed the 5-minute time until I got to the second.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so when we were looking over the final, you know, right before we came, we noticed that in the evaluation that we handed out to you, that you've got in your packet, that was really the evaluation for 23-24, not 24-25, and that's why the numbers don't match with what we got last year. And so we have
I have a question for you guys. Yeah, because our camp takes place last summer, it was 2024, so I thought it correlated to the 2024-2025 grant, but it correlates to the 2023-2024 grant, because we're like ahead by a year, like.
Yeah.
So it looks like y'all's capital year starting.
It's our October 1st, right?
Makes it difficult to.
Yeah.
You know, between the October 1st and that this happens in May and we're not doing summer art camp until July, and the timing is confusing.
At best. Well, that's seems to be the same one I have in my packet.
The one that's edited is the third question.
Oh, I see. So it's an individual piece. Okay,
Right.
thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great job, Summer.
Thank you.
And live.
Come on, Liz. Step right up. I'm only mention it now running behind, so.
Okay, we'll make it quick.
We'll take all your time, just no breaths.
Oh, gosh. I already can't breathe anyways, no, it's okay. Yeah, I guess I'll go. I'm Liz Scott, I'm the director at the Cannon Beach History Center and Museum, and I also have my colleague Zoe Swain, who's our cultural outreach coordinator. And, we're applying for funding to completely redesign our website. And the reason being is that our website is completely outdated and not user-friendly like it used to be. It hasn't been updated since 2008, and a lot of the functions are not user-friendly for a lot of people, including ourselves on the back end and the front end. So we want to be able to enhance public access to local history. We feel that's very important, and we believe that should be free and available to the public, both local residents and visitors alike. That's really important, and we hope that it will increase engagement and with educational resources, and just improve the visibility of the programs and the exhibits that we do offer at the museum. So, and this directly supports our mission, which is to preserve, protect and preserve the history of Cannon Beach and Arch Cape. And so our plan is to rebuild it into a user-friendly as well as mobile version of our website. One of the things that was really important in us doing this is that we want to upload all of our oral history, all of our oral histories on there, because we believe that's really important for people to access. And we were starting that program with a volunteer who tried uploading all of our oral histories and realized that our current website cannot hold the bandwidth, does not have the bandwidth to support that. And they are not able to upgrade us in any form or fashion. So that was one main reason why we wanted to go forth with this. We felt that it was very important. So, and a lot of features, today's features are no longer compatible with, no longer or with user expectations as well. And we've also received numerous comments from visitors and even locals that have said that it's been very difficult to navigate our website, especially when it came to Cottage Tour last year. We had a little snafu with that. People not receiving confirmation emails, and so we had to work overtime to rectify that. So that was a bit of an issue. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory, I guess. And we plan to use a local company who's working with us to, he's actually giving us, he likes working with nonprofits, and he's giving us a great deal. And it's the best deal we found. We compared prices locally and through different chains, and this was the best price that we could get. And we feel like this would be great for not just us, of course, we want a new website, of course, but we feel like this would be great for the general public. And we also will be working with the Passamaquoddy Confederated Tribe to put more educational programming on our website as well. Because we're currently redesigning our permanent exhibit. So we're hoping to have that open by November, but that will kind of coincide with that. And so we're working with them so they can compile some materials for us to put on our website for everybody. So I think that's all I had.
Very, very well done.
Oh, thank you.
Question?
Sometimes I'm all over the place.
Was it last year that you had some guy working on? I was trying to think about what, I thought he was compiling some. Does anybody remember last year?
Oh, yeah. So I think it was the year before
Seemed
that,
like it was
that we
something
did
to
the
do. Was it
intern.
the year?
Yes, we did have an intern that was there for the last 2 years. He's actually, actually you supported us 1 year through the community grant for an intern 1 year, and he was amazing. We brought him back last year. He won't be with us this year because he's going to, he actually just got accepted to the University of Oregon on, I think, a full ride scholarship to go. He's gonna be getting his museum studies degree, I think, or working towards that, which is really exciting. So, thanks to the grant, we were able to help support him in that, and,
Wasn't he supposed to be entering a lot of information or updating?
So that's different from so we actually, oh yes, we got a grant for that as well, which, we were able to put all of our, archives online on our website, and so he was basically like our curator in a sense, because we didn't have a curator, so he was uploading a lot of stuff through that. So it's, it is on our website, but it's different from the actual, I guess if that makes sense, different from the actual website.
They'll be integrated into.
But he was integrating it into our museum software program, which then goes on our website. But right now, like, it's kind of difficult to navigate where the archives are on our website. And we try to work with the current company we have, and they just are not working with us in the way that we need to, and they're out of state. And they're just, we have
There
to
gonna be
so
some
long.
training done so that you
Yes.
guys will then be able to update your
Yes.
website and your
Yes.
archives and do this yourself.
Definitely. So the company that we're working with is a local company. They're gonna be doing training for us, and they'll be available anytime that we need. In fact, I actually have their phone number, like personal phone number, in case if there's like, we're training and it's like, I wasn't sure of that, and they're very easy to get a hold of compared to the companies currently. I don't know if you want to speak on that. No. But this is way more feasible for us, and yeah, so overall, it'll kind of go hand in hand with what we have with the our collections online. Be able to update our website. It'll be so much easier to navigate for people to find our collections. Whereas now it's like you kind of have to like fish around the website, and people get a little frustrated with finding things on our website. We get called, like you get calls or emails a lot about it, and so.
Yeah, well, you're an important function in Cannon Beach, so
Yeah, I mean-
just to be able to support that for people's interest and information. Yeah.
Absolutely, and we feel like we want to continue to be like that community cultural hub for people, and we want to be able to support that, and we feel like the history here is so rich, and so many people don't even know that Cannon Beach was named after a real cannon, and I think that's so important that everybody knows that, whether you're a local or a visitor. And so we want to be that friendly, people that can come to for any history related question or anything like that. We try to bring really good programming to the museum as well. It's free, well, paid and free, of course, but we want to continue to offer like free programming. So we want people to know about that, and so our website, it's hard to find that too. So this will just be a good thing, I think, overall for not just us, but I think just everybody involved. And we also want to be able to support other things going on in town too, like other community events, be able to share that. And so we just want to continue to be a community hub for people and partner with people. So
I wanted to just tell you that I felt like I can see that desire playing out. I mean, you've got a lot more just offerings for the whole community. You make your space available, and I really do appreciate that. And of course, thank you for all the work you did helping us out with 12 days.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's what we want to do. Ultimately, that's the ultimate vision that at least I have for the museum is, I don't know if you know like who John Williams was, but he used to be the president at the museum, and he was former mayor, and he was very involved in town, and he passed in 2008. And the classroom that we have in the museum is named after him. It's the John Williams classroom, and I've been over the last few years, I'm kind of looking more into who he was as a person. I kind of knew him a little bit. I never met him, but I know Jean, his widow, very well, and just kind of the person he was. And he would just bring people in and just talk to them and communicate with them, and just, it was like a community space. And I was like, I want to bring that back to the way it was. And that's really important. So that's why we came up with the Wednesday workspace, where our space is available for free for anybody, for anything. Just come in, no questions asked. And we don't charge nonprofits for our space either. And if you're a member, so
we don't really make income off of that. It's not a moneymaker for us. We don't want, we want it to be a space. Yes, we are a nonprofit. We need to make money, of course, but I think first and foremost, building relationships with the community and, other organizations as well is, I think, the most important because it comes back in tenfold. And it's very important. That's something that is like my priority. So.
It's your passion.
It is.
It's recognizable.
I mean, that's how I got my start. I mean, volunteering too. So I volunteered at community and then that's how I got my position there. So I think it's really important to be involved in your community and so.
Thank you for keeping
You bet.
doing.
Yeah, we love it. Yes.
Thank you so much.
You wanna add anything? I'm gonna put Zoe on the spot. No,
She's just there to let you.
She's here for moral support.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for all you do.
Oh, thank you, Nancy. Thank you. I see you, Nancy, up there.
She's in Hawaii.
Oh, well, shoot, I'm gonna be there.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. Keep up the good work.
I've got Jesse Jones online, so I'm gonna promote her, she's number 14.
All right.
So I'm like, Jesse to make you a panelist, so you gotta accept it.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
So we're trying to keep this to about 10 minutes, including time for a question or two at the end. So please just start off.
Okay, perfect. I do have a presentation to share, but I think since it's so brief, maybe I just speak in this way rather than sharing, but it looks like I do have sharing capacity if you would like me to share. So I think I'll just speak. It looks like other presenters maybe didn't have presentations, and that's okay. So very quickly, my name is Jesse Jones, and I am the brand new executive director of this organization, the North Coast Food Web. I started on January 10th of this year, and thank you for allowing me to present today. I wanted to give a quick overview of our programs, and then I will dive right into our direct ask this time around. The North Coast Food Web, our mission is to cultivate a resilient and equitable food system by supporting producers and improving access to local food. Our service area is within 100 miles of Astoria, and in a couple of minutes, I will get into the community, the South County community that we serve and businesses in that area. A quick timeline, we've been around since 2009, and we've gone through a number of changes. We are now in our second location, and we will be moving very shortly. We are actually in the process of moving to a new location. This organization has gone through numerous changes over the years, adapting to our local community, to the needs of our community, and to changing times, which have been changing very fast in the last few months, particularly. We have a staff at this time of 6, and we are based in Astoria, Oregon. We have 4 interconnected programs. We have an online farmers market. We have a food access program, which means that we purchase food from our farmers within 100 miles and give that food away to those in need in our community. Our online farmers market is, of course, available to anyone, and we have a pickup day every Thursday in Astoria. And our producers come from all over the region, including Clatsop County, Columbia County, Tillamook County, Pacific County, and Wahkiakum County. We also have a food business resources, and so that is basically our kitchen program. And I'm going to talk about that today. And we have a community events and education program as well. And a lot of that has to do with our kitchen program for producers who use our kitchen. You may be familiar with our online farmers market, which I just talked about. We have 50 plus local small farms, fishers, ranchers, and foragers, including bakers and other makers. We keep 10% of the profits and the rest go to the farmers. We think by directly connecting our local food producers to our local community, we build a stronger, more resilient food system. In 2024, $138,000 went to our local food producers and food makers, including our kitchen. So I am going to forward now. So in 2024, 21 businesses used the kitchen. And this is an amazing number, but this is true. And this is going to show you the increase in need for the community kitchen, a 638 increase in hourly use from 2023 to 2024. 35 businesses stored product in our kitchen and in our facilities here in Astoria. 18 businesses cross-docked their product. That means that there are businesses, farmers that use our facilities simply to drop off and have others pick up. So we are quite a resource in our community, which I'm proud to be a part of. Commercial kitchen rental. So we have a shared commercial kitchen for aspiring and established food entrepreneurs, food cart operators, caterers, partner orgs, etc. We only charge $10 an hour for our kitchen. Market rate is $30 an hour. We are the only ODA licensed food processing facility on the North Coast. And as I said earlier, the need is increasing. So who uses our facilities? I wanted to give you a list of producers that are in, close to, or travel through Cannon Beach. So here's a list. Cannon Beach, Pie Girl and Pie Guy, Irene Hare, they use our kitchen. Arch Cape, Angora Peak Granola, they are one of our market customers. Garibaldi, Hot Winter, Kristen Penner, that is a hot sauce company. In Rockaway, North Coast Micros. In Nehalem, Wolf Moon Bakery, Murelet Herb Farm, which was previously North Fork 53, Sunbeam Farm, Nehalem River Ranch, Aldervale Native Plants, and previously the Salmonberry. And in Tillamook, Rose Valley Creamery, Mountains to Rivers, and Josie Farms. What we are particularly looking to do. So we have lost our kitchen, our commercial kitchen space. We are currently having to move out of our space. Our lease in the building where we have been in for 2 years was terminated when the building was sold. So we have been looking for a space since I began this job. I learned 3 days before I started this job that we were losing our lease. And then 18 days later, we learned that we were losing our federal funding. Our federal funding has been reinstated, which is great, but we had to move. Our new location that we decided upon, we are sort of shrinking and reconsidering what we are doing. We are also thinking about our budget. So what we have decided in the meantime, before we have our own location, to build up a commercial kitchen again. But what my kitchen manager, Andy Catalano, and I thought about was we have these producers who use our kitchen from all over the region. What we have not been able to do is provide space throughout the region. We can't provide a commercial kitchen and build a commercial kitchen. We simply don't have the funds all over to do this all over our region. So what we thought was, why don't we help producers find kitchens throughout the region that are underutilized? And so what we're asking for is to help us, and we've already actually began. We have already placed a few producers sort of in the North County. What we're doing is, what the money would go for that we're asking to do is it's like a discovery process. And we're calling it the North Coast Kitchen Network Development. And we are looking to really look at kitchens all over the region so that producers won't have to drive all the way to Astoria. And we're being forced to do this. We could not be doing this at all. We could not be helping the community actually find these kitchens, but there are underutilized spaces all over the region, including in Seaside and Cannon Beach. We are still discovering these places. And so what the money would go toward, what we're asking for, is to help support our staff person, mainly Andy, and then me with some admin, to take the time to ground truth these kitchens, to find out whether they will, whether they can support these community, these like small food producers, and to really sort of build community in a different way. It's sort of a silver lining to what's happening to us right now. When I started this job, one of the complaints that I had, and not even a complaint, but sort of concerns or questions, were how do we serve the greater community? And as you can see, I gave you some examples that we have quite a bit of partners. I'm going to call them partners, but these are producers, but we work together for their livelihood. But how are we supporting other parts of the county? Are we just Astoria based? And we actually aren't. We are supporting people all and businesses all over the area. And what we want to do is help reduce travel time and to really help these producers not to have to travel and to help them find communities in their area. So closer to where they live, closer to where they are, and so that they don't have to come all the way up here. So we're actually fairly excited about this. We eventually will be building a kitchen up here, I think, but also we're curious and kind of excited about what we will discover in this discovery process. More people will be learning about what the North Coast Food Web is. And I think it has some real benefits for the future of our small producers in our region. So that's what I wanted to present to you today. And if you have any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions? I don't understand it, but I'm sure you can explain to me, why is it important? Well, first, I don't even really understand completely what was the phrase? It's not commercial kitchen, is that the right term? Or is it certified kitchen?
Right, a certified kitchen.
Certified commercial kitchen. What exactly is that, and why is that important to the actual producers?
Well, good question. Well, without a certified community kitchen, you can't sell your food products at all. Unless you are a farmer. Farmers have there are some different rules that they have. If they're a farmer, they can actually make products at their farm and sell them. But if you don't have a commercially licensed kitchen, licensed by ODA, you are not allowed to sell your product at a store or even a farmer's market. So what this community kitchen and commercial kitchen, I'm calling it a community kitchen because it is used by the community for low cost. Like I said, $10 an hour. That's what we charge. So without that, you cannot legally sell your food. So it's a clean kitchen, certified by Oregon Department of Agriculture. Currently we have a hood, but they are checked out by the state. And the state says, okay, this is a licensed kitchen. You're good to sell your salsa. You're good to sell your pasta. You're good to sell your whatever it is that they are making. Does that help?
That actually helps quite a bit. I was imagining this was more like a test kitchen, but every piece of product they want to sell has to go through that kitchen.
That's correct. Absolutely.
I didn't appreciate that at all. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Let's see, so I noticed in the application, you've also got a limited food delivery piece. I think it went from Clatskanie to Newport. Expanded pilot transportation network. And I asked about that because the first time I heard about North Coast Food Web, that was actually what was being proposed, was, a way to deliver food to people who couldn't come in. I'm assuming that's what that is. Is that still part of the mix? You're gonna try to offer that?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, and like I said, I'm new, so I'm still learning, but so there was a pilot project and it was like a distribution network. So like I said, we're trying to reduce travel. We're also there, we have people driving up and down Highway 101, waving at each other. They're all coming up and going to some of the same places. What we're trying to do is figure out who's going where and how we can kind of couple those together, and to help reduce transportation again. So the pilot project was successful. And so we are now working to continue that. And there's a team of 3 of us on our staff who are working to continue that and keep it going for a number of years.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anything else? No? All right, well, thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us today. It was very educational.
Wonderful. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye. That's good. All right, we're running a bit behind, but we've got plenty of time.
I was really impressed with this every 10-minute schedule. And also pleasantly surprised that a little bit late. And Jesse's great. That was cool that we go on walks and she updates me periodically about what's going on. So this was cool to see her. Yeah, and such a great list of organizations that you're hearing from and hopefully supporting many of them. So my name's Cassia. Are you ready? Should I start talking?
You bet.
Okay, because North Coast Land Conservancy is my favorite thing to talk about. So I'm gonna start my timer. So I am the development director. I help build relationships and connect people to our mission, which is protecting and then caring for ecologically important habitats on the coast, northern Oregon coast. Basically a story to Lincoln City, but the hub of most of what we do is Clatsop County. And a large percentage of our supporters are in Cannon Beach because it's amazing here and there's a beautiful area to protect and also to rehabilitate in this area. So my colleague Lynette is our community programs director, and she is on vacation, day 2. So she asked me to come and present on this grant. So I will do my best talking about her role in the community programs that she is enacting for Land Trust. Are all of you familiar with the organization? Should I give a brief history? Pretty familiar, okay, kind of. Okay, so we're a land trust, which basically means we have 3 ways of operating. We will buy property, habitat. We will buy habitat if it has conservation value. So where are the fish? Where are the endangered species? Where are the beautiful things? Where are the watersheds? Where are unique species? All of that. We have a map of the North Coast that looks at all of these things. And then it also highlights other protected properties. So we want to expand wildlife corridors. So for less streets and our gardens, we want to connect these places and for bigger trees, fresher air, cleaner water, and scenic beauty. We are almost 40 years old. We're gonna have a variety of parties next year for 40th. So keep your ears open for that. And right now, what Lynette is really focused on is engaging locals in our mission. So just last year, we built a new building at Circle Creek, which is very south side of Seaside. So it's just north of Cannon Beach, 6 minutes, 7 minutes. It's 364 acres. It's a former dairy farm. And it's 20 years old. So we are growing a new forest on Circle Creek. Adjacent to that, we purchased Boneyard Ridge, which is on the backside of Tillamook Head. That's an additional 340 acres. So it's an over 700 acre
wildlife preserve that you have just north of Cannon Beach. And that is where we now call home. So we are inviting the community there in a variety of ways for a variety of reasons. We're getting school kids bused up there to connect them to nature and wildlife. We are inviting a variety of supporters for a whole bunch of reasons. We have quite a number of volunteers in Cannon Beach and the surrounding area who help us put on events connecting people to our mission. There are trails that are open to the public. Many of them are quite accessible and some of them are really hard. If you traverse up the backside of Tillamook Head, it's real rustic, real wet, lots of scrambling. And it's also a recovering forest, which is very cool. So we get to tell the story of nature and humans and talk about our interconnectedness. Lynette is requesting $5,000 for us to support doing all of this. It takes quite a bit of organization and staff time to coordinate volunteers, to set up the events, to set up the coordination of the volunteers for the events, to work with teachers, to work with transportation, buses, all of that. It really takes more time than what it should, but it is what it is. And so we're asking for support. I think that's what I got. Question?
All right, thank you.
No, everything I see, so.
Then you got our hand up. Okay. Betty?
I just wanted to say that, thank you so much for doing this outreach because our kids in Cannon Beach are gonna be directly benefiting from this effort. So I really appreciate you putting energy into this project.
Yeah, thank you for that understanding and recognition. It has been a long time coming to have an official program specifically for children. Katie Volke, our executive director, has had for 3, she's had 2.5 children go through Fire Mountain School, who we have a very close relationship with. And they come out and they understand that they are part of nature, that they impact it impacts them. There's no separation between them and the forest and the ocean. And that understanding is just, it brings a lot of hope for our planet, really.
That's right.
Encouraging these future conservationists. So thank you, Debbie.
Yeah.
And then I think you answered this. So this basically is gonna go to your general fund for these outreach projects. You already mentioned that a high percentage of them here in Cannon Beach. And I just like to, from somebody that's been kind of watching you, you've been doing a lot of work in that area for decades now, but it's really becoming where more people are aware of you and your work and the outreach to children and such. And I'd say just thanks for the recent engagements you had with the Earth 12 Days Earth Day Fair. And then the community presentation afterwards, talking a little more about the intertidal areas and stuff in there too. So good job with that outreach, and really doing a good job of, in my opinion, of maybe some of the funds that have happened to you in the past, and focusing some of those efforts here where there's a receptive audience to your work.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, thank you for that. We do feel like our partnership with the city of Cannon Beach is very special. And I think it is because we have so much common ground. People live here, they have second homes here, they visit here because it is so beautiful. And Cannon Beach has been very intentional about keeping it. And we love it. And we really appreciate it also. And we have very close relationships with a variety of community partners too, beyond the city. Friends of Haystack Rock is one of them. In 2022, North Coast Marine Conservancy adopted the Cape Falcon Marine Reserve. So we have an entire marine program. And Angela, who is our Marine Reserve manager, she is like a kid in a candy store. When she gets into a tide pool, she's like jumping down and so excited. She's like, the tiniest things. And she tells you all about the nudibranchs, and is it nudibranch or nudibranch? I'm not sure. But it's like, it's all really fun. And yeah, it's great because
when the land trust started back in the eighties, there was a lot of controversy about environmentalists versus other, yeah. And so one of the things that we've always prided ourselves on finding that common ground, and now we work with a lot of the other, in partnership. They're maybe offloading land and it's something cool to us, and 40 years later, there's trees growing on it and fish swimming in the streams, and yeah. It's all good. I think probably like.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think all of us are pretty familiar with the organization in different ways. Yeah, I know for a fact that the North Coast sort of has been integral in our Ecola Creek Forest Reserve, you know, and helping us understand how to basically turn that back into a living forest. It's a great example. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Good luck
thank you.
today. And, maybe I'll see y'all at Circle Creek.
Okay, thank you. The next one might be online.
That's great.
Brad. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't have anybody online.
Okay. Well, do you want us to go to the next, and then, El Centro Northwest?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
all laughing
they're here.
out there, so beware. They're pretty funny.
That'll get us a little bit back on time.
You're up.
You're. Hi. Paula, correct?
I don't blame everybody for being outside at 6 p.m.
Went over to the bank, yeah.
So we're limited in time to 10 minutes and we're not too badly off. But please, we're all ears. Just introduce yourself and let's talk about your request.
Thank you. My name is Paula Bartelo. I am new at the Centro Northwest. I started working as a program director on February. And she's Minerva Mowley, and I've been with the Centro like we started in 2022.
Thank you.
So, this is our third Hispanic Heritage celebration in Cano Beach that we celebrate at the Cano Beach Park in conjunction with the Cano Beach Soccer League. Yeah. So in the last year, we have about 350 people at the event that they stopped by the event either for buy food, listen to the mariachis, and enjoy the dance performance. The event is free, and we sell food for rice money for family and needs. So what we do with that money is, especially winter time, we can give up to 300 for emergencies for family related to housing, rent, emergency reparation, food, or some kind unexpected event that related to health. So that we are doing with the money. We are asking the city of the Cano Beach one more time, if it's possible, to sponsor this event, which one is free and is something that the entire community can enjoy. We asking what we're gonna do with the money is we use the money for pay the mariachis and for buy the food to prepare for the beaches and people of the community, most Hispanic people, they volunteer for prepare the food and they offer their talent and they do for free. So we also gonna use the money for buy the ingredients for the food and the paper production, plate and all that. And that's it. I mean, the dance group is our own dance group, so that we are using the group to celebrate different Hispanic events in Astoria. Like recently, last week, we did the Cinco de Mayo in the Liberty Theater. We do the Hispanic Heritage every year, and we also celebrate El Día de los Muertos. So it's still not, but it's something that the entire community enjoy and like it. It's a good opportunity to get together, doesn't matter the culture, because we all enjoy.
Get back to the community, because you know, many of the employees of the hotel, restaurants, and many business use the labor of the Hispanic community. Also, we help preparing taxes for the people because they have a lack of the communication with the accountant, and they don't speak Spanish, they don't speak the same language. They don't know how their real rules are for the taxes. So we try to help with that also. We just want to have like a fun event for everybody and make the community stronger together so we can enjoy everybody can come and everybody is welcome. Many people came from other communities, from Tillamook or Portland. So just to visit the event and have fun and enjoy beautiful cannabis. You have any questions for us?
I have some pictures of the event here.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Well, I don't have a question, but I have a comment that I really appreciate this particular event. I've often felt that our Hispanic community is harder to see. I mean, they're not, you know, I don't know how else to say it that way, but these kind of events are very important.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that this one has been so successful.
Thank you. It's also an opportunity to ask for a reach for Hispanic community, because we have different programs related to social service. We offer OHP and Health Navigator. We offer Work Navigator to workforce. We have literacy program, and we also have financial literacy program. So we have other social program, and it's a good opportunity for us also for reach people for services.
Are there any comments or questions from the group?
Great, and everything
Yeah,
you said.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I remember the first year you came in and,
Yeah.
it's really
Something
felt like
very easy to support.
that it was very good.
And I just want to bring up, I used to work with her, with the bank, and they are so helpful on the finances and understanding. I know you've come in several times with them and help communicate what their needs are, so thank you for being that.
Thank you.
in the community.
Yeah, we love help the community, and we love interpreting for them because it's a big need in the community and people doesn't know how to use the bank. We are trying to teach them how to save, and
We do
many
general
other
advocacy, helping all Hispanic community to connect with different services they need because the lack of English and.
And do you guys have a place over by the Domino's,
Yes,
correct? So you do have a business established and.
Yes, yeah.
So it's a place for people to go.
Since last year, we opened that office, February last year.
Well, very exciting. Thank you for coming in and talking to us again. We're looking forward to another party.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Grab the next person that I'm gonna call. Thank you very much. You guys are pretty out. I want to make sure we get on to the link. Yeah, go ahead.
That
And
was-
start, and I'll ask her and let's see what you're talking about.
I saw it, there was no joke. How are you?
We're good.
I'm Alan Evans, this is Daisy Maui.
Hi.
Today I'm representing the Seaside Hall. No, the Elephant House.
We've got a few people that have Oh, started to the restaurant, so give us 1 minute.
Cool.
It's been a busy year for us. Well, we got 22 asks. We've never had that many.
Yeah.
So we're trying.
I've been in front of you over the years multiple times, but not for this. I run Helping Hands.
Okay.
As well, all the homeless shelters in multiple counties, so I come and see it. I can tell you, we went to the city hall first. Then went to the city hall second. And this place, they're a good thing we were a little bit early.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you guys got a copy of the budget or not. We sent it off yesterday.
I believe Sherry emailed it
What
out.
I'm gonna do is just drop this here, if you guys have it or need it. And then if not, we'll go. From there. Oh, I want to see.
Same material that.
Okay.
Sherry.
It might have been, we sent a last year's off earlier, and then this, we just got it done. Okay.
Fine, all right, we're here, so. So whenever you're ready, we can start.
Okay, well, I'll go through my whole Dr. Point show one time. My name's Alan Evans and I am the treasurer of Seaside Hall and the Little Yellow House. Seaside Hall is a nonprofit that runs the Little Yellow House here. I'm sure you've heard of the Little Yellow House. And if you haven't, I'll give you a tad bit of history. It was built in 1905. And in 1985, a group of people who were recovering from alcoholism got together with the United Methodist Church, made a deal on this building that is actually world famous now in Seaside, Oregon, and it's where we host our Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, Narcotics Anonymous meetings. Any 12-step recovery meetings are utilized there. The United Methodist Church leased the property to us since 1985. And in the early 2000s, we decided that it was going to benefit us if we created a nonprofit to help do that, because in the 12-step recovery, it says we're self-supporting through our own contributions, which means groups are capable of renting space in a place, but they're not capable of running a place. They can't go and generate money for that. So a little story about myself, so you can understand the connection. I also run a lot of homeless facilities around here. So some of you may know me from my work with Helping Hands and the program that I started 25 years ago here, which now serves 5 Oregon counties and provides 600 beds for the homeless. I tell you that story because I actually was homeless for 27 years and addicted and lived on the streets. And 25 years ago, when I decided to change my life here in Clatsop County, the police officer who saved my life said, "You need to go to the Little Yellow House." My life was changed, and with an opportunity back then, an opportunity to go to treatment was virtually impossible. And sending me to a place that was full, rooms full of people just like myself, was transformational. My life changed. I got a job, I got back on my feet, I did multiple meetings, multiple times. And I turned around and I decided I was gonna give back to this community and start a program that's been running homeless services here for quite some time. I tell you that story with a little bit of impact because I feel it's important to understand the role that the Little Yellow House plays in this community. If people are in recovery and anywhere in Clatsop County, Cannon Beach as well, there's always a place to go. And we're faced with two things when we look at what we're facing in the state of Oregon. State of Oregon, we're number 2 in the nation for needing resources for treatment. And we're 48th in the nation for providing that. A free service like the Little Yellow House to the people that are seeking recovery. For my own organization, everybody who comes through our doors, go to a meeting, same advice that I was given. This building and this facility here is a staple. It brings in roundups every single year. It helps us with rentals that we have in our communities. It brings a lot of resources here and it all comes out of there. To keep this place together, you know, we have capital projects that we need to do every single year. And the house that was built in 1905, as you can imagine, pops a leak every now and then. And if something leaks from the roof, it works its way through the whole place. And so we have resources we need. The budget you see before you is our budget, it's an ask this year. We need a parking lot, we need to expand our handicap access, we need to repair some roof, we need to repair some kitchens and some other things to keep this a safe environment for people to walk through the front door. And so this year, we're asking for it's a hefty ask from Cannon Beach. But we believe the partnership is vitally important for the well-being of the people in all of our communities. And I will field any questions you have. I can tell you from a personal standpoint, this building and the people in it that were there saved my life. And I have personally saved you guys. From me getting sober saved you millions of dollars. So I want to apologize for what happened before that, but I'm an advocate for recovery and to see if we can't save you even more. I'm not gonna be too winded. I'm sure most of you know what the Little Yellow House is and how famous this place is all around the world when it comes to recovery. So.
Here's to that.
Yeah, questions?
Well, maybe one, Alan, you kind of touched on this, and thanks for all you do, by the way. I've known you for quite a while. So of the 10,000 requests, it is substantially more than you've done in the past. But how do you see that breaking down between the capital projects that you have work and then the portion going off?
Well, since I became the treasurer of this and I'm in the nonprofit sector, I understand that a capital budget and an operational budget usually are separated, but in this instance, they're one of the same. The group rents, if they go to, because, you know, there are agencies out there that don't fund capital projects, and there are agencies out there that don't fund operational projects. The way we set this up is our group rents that we have internally can move in either direction. So the way that we have this broke up now is we can take the group rents to cover the cost of that if we can gain the money for operations to do it and run it two different ways. So it's a hefty ask this year. Listen, a muddy parking lot is a terrible thing. It just is. And when we have people, more and more people who are aging and access to get in and out of this building when it's full, it's a dire need for us to do that. And the roof leak that caused a ton of problems that, as you know, starts from the top and works its way down. Is something that we definitely need to look at, and there are remodels that have to happen from the top to the bottom of this place. And that's huge over asking.
Okay.
And what we can do is once you give, we'll report to you exactly where we spent that money. But we try to make it as simple as possible. Okay, for you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Question? I always enjoy getting to speak to the representative of Little Yellow House. It's been a pleasure over the last couple of years to do, be able to support that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. And I want you to know, I toured Cannon Beach today, driving to the old city hall. The old city hall, and to this place here, so it's beautiful. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Did we ever track down the restoration house?
Yes, and I didn't know how to get them in, but I didn't want to go.
Okay, so you we're kind of putting him to the end, so we can talk to the courts.
Take it away.
Take it away.
Hi.
Is that what they said?
Thank you for having us here today. Hi, Dean.
Hi, Ginger.
My name is Ginger Keller, and I'm president of the board of directors of the Cannon Beach Chorus.
Oh, and my name is Roy Seaver, I direct the Cannon Beach Chorus.
We appreciate the opportunity today to come in. We're always looking for new members. Roy does a great job of that, just walking through town and talking to people and being an ambassador for us. We could grow in number, we're about 30 to 32, we're pretty steady there. But we're always recruiting because people come and go, it's a community chorus, and, so we're filling places. It costs $50 per season, we have 2 seasons, a spring season and a winter season, and $50 per season can be a barrier to people, so we're very glad to offer a membership dues scholarship. And someone wants to sing with us, they just need to put a little feeler out, we put signs out saying who to contact. It doesn't have to be a big announcement, they just know who to talk to and they're able to sing with us, and that's really, it feels real good to be able to welcome people into the chorus. We're a non-audition chorus, which is pretty unusual. We just welcome people in wherever they are. Some are prior choir members and have sung before. Some are taking voice lessons. We've had people who have sung professionally and joined the chorus. But Roy has a particular gift of being able to take people wherever they are and get them to a place where they can be comfortable singing with the chorus. It's really quite unique. And then taking a chorus of a huge variety of skills and experience and coming up with the production of music for us to sing. We're always promoting to get people into our concert seats. It's a joy to sing. And it's even more fun to sing when you have an appreciative audience, and love looking out at the audience and seeing people laughing and smiling and crying sometimes. Pieces can be very moving, and you never know what they're going to, what's going to strike a chord with an individual in the audience. We really want to bring our mission to offer the gift of vocal music to delight audiences, provide joy and challenge for participants, and expand awareness and appreciation of our choral arts. So we're always looking for people to join our audience who don't know that they might like choral music. They haven't been, or they, were dragged as a kid, and that's what their remembering is. So we want to bring people who don't know they like it or that they will enjoy it. Of course, people like different types of music, and Roy is bringing music to us that is diverse in language, in culture, and in style. So we sing Broadway musical pieces, we sing from a variety of different faiths, we sing pop culture. This spring, we sang a beautiful piece about hearing the world through hand movements. For the winter concert, we filled the seats with friends and family of the Cannon Beach Academy. Roy interacted with the music director there and got her very excited. And so we ended up practicing with the students and then having the students come in to sing with the chorus. And it was really fun, and the energy in that room was just amazing. And just delighted, brought joy to the regular chorus members to sing with the students, but it also filled the seats with the parents and family of the friends of the students. So it was a great concert, it was a very energetic concert. And we hope to continue to work with the students and do that again. We're always looking for new music, and we've asked for support for our music over the last couple of years, and we're asking for that again. Roy attended a nationally recognized choral workshop, director's workshop, which happens to take place in Seaside. That was last summer, and he's going to go again this year. And he just brings back a lot of new energy from that. And he is bringing lots of new music to us too. Some challenging music, part of our mission to be challenged. And one of the new pieces that he brought in was Wanting Memories by Yesaya Barnwell. Am I saying her name right? Yesaya. Which was very challenging rhythmically for us. We got there, we worked very hard. Roy provides all kinds of different tools to help people learn the music and to be to where they can grow to be comfortable singing the music. And another piece, which was Lux Aeternam from part of the works of Rutter's Requiem, where the performance is all about vocal tone, which is really important and very different from rhythm. So he just keeps us on our toes, and he has, as I said, this gift of bringing people from where they are to where we need to get to as a chorus, 32 different voices, and bringing us all together. We have lots of plans for the future. We just elected some new people to the board. We have lots of energy. We're going to keep growing in the number, we'd love to keep growing in the number of people in the chorus and the skills that we're learning and the diversity. And as mentioned in our proposal, we'd really like to pull together an outdoor event for the summer of 2026, just in its beginning phases of being developed. It's an opportunity to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And I mentioned in the grant application, one organization called America 250, that's offering events in recognition. Another one is Sing for Democracy 250. And if we decide to go that way, then there's a program that they're suggesting that includes 4 different songs, and they give you they'll be giving us the music for 2 of those songs. And then you could grow from there however you want to. There are some signature performances that are being done mostly on the East Coast, but the choirs from all over the United States will be involved in the program. So the expenses would include, for that event, would include buying music. We might have some of it as part of the program, but we might not. So particular music for that event, and musicians. We like to Roy's really good about bringing in musicians to work with us in particular pieces. We had Michael Cozy from Corey from Michael's Music, who played with us at our spring concert. And we've had musicians from up and down the coast the last couple of years, so it'd be great to have some musicians involved in that. And then just the expenses of promoting the event and putting on an outdoor event like that. I checked in the band shelter, it would be free for us if we get into a place where we have a date and time set up for that. So that's great, but we want to get our community out to celebrate, to listen to music, and to sing together. That would be another part of that we'd love to have people singing together for that. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. Do you have any questions? Oh, Roy, I should give you a chance to say something.
You covered most of it. It is a philosophy of being inclusive as much as possible. And I'm asking the board to consider, for instance, on concerts, going to a donation-only basis to try to break down some of those barriers. It has been an important source of income for the chorus, is selling tickets. So it's a bit of a fiscal risk potentially, but I feel that if people want to hear music, we should break down the barriers, and that includes them paying the dues to participate. It includes them paying to get in. And it also includes making it a welcoming and inviting environment for people from various backgrounds and doing songs that are representative of our community and the people that are here. So that's something. I got an email from one of the members of the chorus who said, he said, you're trying to walk a pretty narrow razor thin line between producing a good show that people will pay for and letting everybody who wants to come. I said, yep, you're right. And those two things sometimes don't, they're not necessarily compatible in terms of the two, but I feel it's important. So anyone who comes, people that have never sung music chorally or whatever, if they want to come, I make sure. Anyway, inclusivity is something that I feel very strongly about, and we try to do that across the board in all ways possible. So.
Well, that's very good. So the event 2026 that you spoke of, presumably that would somehow tie to July the 4th? Probably.
That would seem to be a logical connection. have to see about other events that day. Outdoors events can be tricky, and of course, if the sound quality is different than if you're in a building. So there'll be some challenges that way, but yes. Our thought is, since that would be the actual 250th anniversary of the putting the pen to paper, that July 4th would be a good, and we're looking at this, very possibly we could try to include and make it a regional, event to some extent. And maybe have more than one performance, so we might be able to go regionally and enlist people from other choral groups or other just people who just want to sing for that event. And bring them in. It's still somewhat conceptual right now, but it's gonna have to get.
Also, the band shelter is available on July 5th, I think. And if we get far enough in our planning, I'll sign on the dotted line and get that taken care of.
That's a good thought. Okay. I always enjoy hearing you come in and visit with us. I really enjoy the choral events I can make. Sorry, I missed one just last week.
Yes,
As a matter of fact.
It was a good one.
I bet it was.
I think they're all good.
Well, I looked at, we sang in Tillamook, Nahalem, Cannon Beach and Seaside, so people all, around it. But as Ray said, our membership is all that distance too.
I think it's great. We really appreciate all that you offer to the coast. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, thanks, guys.
I also want to thank you for getting to visit with the people from the other organizations before and after. It's a real bonus. It's just really exciting, you know. The one gentleman is in there, I go to church next door to the little yellow house, and they've been partners for 25, 30 years, the two organizations. And so it's just kind of neat to make those connections. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I do not see, the North Coast Watershed Association.
Right, you're my sir.
I don't. Really?
I really am. And you have a PowerPoint in your email from me that I sent you yesterday.
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you.
Well,
Mhm.
I guess I only thought I knew everything.
Okay.
Association.
Hello, Betty. So. We'll begin today. I reclaim my time beginning fast. Hola, me llamo Erica Clark. Trabajo para North Coast Watershed Association. Hello, my name is Erica Clark, and I work for the North Coast Watershed Association, your local watershed council. And I introduce myself in both Spanish and English because I'm here to propose to you funding a program that will serve communities within your community in a bilingual fashion. And I'm really ready to do it. They say dress for the job you want. I'd like you to notice. I would like to be an environmental educator who comes to your school once a month and leads outdoor activities. Just so you know, Betty, I'm wearing morel earrings and the jacket is fully springtime meadow. So I'm sad you're not here to really be impressed by it.
I wish I was there too.
So I am going to talk to you like I talk to students because that's what I'm good at. And also I'm only going to go for about 5 minutes because you already know what I'm asking for. And I'm sure you have a few questions because it's fairly new and it's a big ask. So if you wouldn't mind just advancing the slide, thank you. So myself, Graham Clay and Kelly Daphne are proposing to lead a year-long environmental education program at the Cannon Beach Academy. And we're calling it the STREAM program. We'll be spearheaded by myself. I do have a master's of education, and Graham and Kelly will be working as support staff and also coming in to demonstrate different career tech skills that students might learn through their experiences with us. So you already know what the North Coast Watershed Association does. You've seen us around here. But not to be an ageist, we have to stop serving the community that is not tasked with being the future stewards of the Cold Creek Forest Reserve and start serving the community that is going to be in charge of the Forest Reserve and the watershed in the decades to come. Because if we don't build and foster engagement and attachment to this beautiful place, we got nothing. So one component that I really want to drive home with you is that everything that we do to bring students in contact with environmental science, stewardship, understanding natural communities that they live amongst is all to enhance their connection to the wonder of living in this place. And by bringing in different professionals from different organizations that give them the opportunity to talk to people and meet people that work here and live here, it increases the possibility that these students will find a component of our teachings that they identify with. And someday they will come back to this community and work and live and raise their own families doing just that kind of work. There is a need in Oregon for supplemental science education. A 2021 study showed that there's 70% of teachers lack the resources to deliver hands-on science education. I went to the Cannon Beach Academy last month and I led an after-school activity for the Eco Club. The reason I led it was because Betty had heard through the grapevine that I had been in classrooms up in Astoria at Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark third grade teachers received a grant from NOAA. They needed to know something about water quality, human impacts on watershed, marine debris, and have no idea how to do it. So I started with them. I said, well, what do they know about the water cycle? And they said, not a lot. And I said, what do they know about the watershed? And I said, not a lot. So we went with the building blocks of teaching these students the water cycle. And every student was given a handout that they took home to their parents with some of the vocabulary that they learned, this small graphic of the water cycle, and then this beautiful watershed illustration that was actually done by a parent of the Cannon Beach Academy and for the Mechanical Watershed Association, which we are very close with the Mechanical Watershed Council. I will say we work hand in hand. So we're utilizing this graphic between both our communities to help kids understand this place that they live in. They know rain comes down and hits the mountain, but they have about nothing after that. We have to fill in the nothing. We have to get them to understand that the estuary beaches that they play on, it all starts up there. And we also have to tie them in to the natural communities that are surrounding them that perhaps they don't get in touch with. We have the ability through this program to serve 18 local students to Cannon Beach, but an additional double the population of that group, because we've got 9 students total, all the way up to Seaside, Gearhart, and one coming out of Warrenton. This program has already been requested by the teachers at the Cannon Beach Academy. They are completely in support of us doing this. I'm asking you to fund a pilot program that will later on be spread across the North Coast. Because every school district and every young child deserves to have engaged programs and community support that take them outside into nature and help them grow their love of the place that they live. We have huge socioeconomic gaps across Clatsop County. We cannot have this be an after-school program in some of our schools because a lot of these students are relying on public transportation due to economic stressors, family dynamics, who their caretakers are after school. So we need to be delivering this within the school district hours of operation, which is why the curriculum that we'll be using is already written
to satisfy the national best practices and the next generation science guidelines, which are the guidelines that are used by the Oregon Board of Education for science programs. That's my last slide. Because I want you to see that not only are we doing raising awareness, but we're also, again, trying to foster some longevity to our communities to keep kids living here and understanding you don't have to just be in conservation. You don't have to just be in forestry. There's all kinds of marine biology and botany. And maybe you end up going to a career academy or a tech school and you become a heavy equipment operator for Hampton or Nuveen. You're still engaged in the watershed. It's possible to live here, have an appreciation for the environment that we live in, and work in all of these different industries and stay here out on the coast. And with that, I will open the floor to questions. Somebody has to ask something.
Question?
Well, great job with that, and your passion for the subject and stuff, which my school teachers would have had maybe a little more, particularly on the environmental side, which I didn't get till college, so. But what I'm wondering on there, so it sounds like the curriculum's built, so your request is basically the delivery of that curriculum. Is that correct?
So curriculum that covers the topics that we will be teaching has been written and is across various platforms. Oregon Forest Accord has its own curriculum for classrooms. Like Native Seed Coalition, they have their own program curriculum. What I propose to do is to go through these various different packages of curriculum that have been built, find the ones that are regionally appropriate, that will actually identify with some of ours, because I don't need to be teaching them about gray squirrels in New York City. I need to be teaching them about lamprey and coho and, you know, the beaver. Yeah, everybody tells my coworker Kelly did mention beaver, because we have a wealth of resources. They have to be combed through. Every month, we will have a grade level. We'll get one specific lesson plan. The next month, that same grade level, we'll get another specific level or lesson plan that builds on the previous month's activity. That will continue through the school year. And it will go through, as you go up grade levels, your theme will change. And we will continue to build on the education that they get. However, finding the appropriate curriculum and the actual activities that satisfy wetland ecology, maybe hydro projects, perhaps marine debris impact on beaches, these kinds of things. You have to find all of this stuff. And in order to make sure that it is a solid curriculum package, I'm going to be pulling from about 5 more books that I'm actually going through online because it's not in demand enough for them to print printed copies of these things. We've already been funded by a NOAA grant for the delivery at Lewis and Clark. And I applied for supplemental funding for that program and to deliver the afternoon program for Cannon Beach the one time to the Oregon chapter of the American Fisheries Society. And they did fund my time and curriculum building. I have adapted some of the lesson plans that I find because like in Cannon Beach, when the classroom ages are combined, we have that to kind of blend things together. I've worked in rural schools in Alaska and on Lake Superior, and I traveled quite a bit for environmental ed activities to deliver. And one thing that I've found is that if we build a program that goes K through 5, and everyone knows that the kindergartners are going to learn the water cycle, and then the first graders are going to learn about native plants and pollinators, and second graders are going to start learning about flow, beavers, fish habitat. If we can build that together, we can get a program going that we can deliver not only to Cannon Beach students, but we can eventually find funders up in the other communities on the North Coast to pay for the program to be delivered in schools up there. But you are probably the coastal community that is the most friendly to this cause because you live so closely to the Ecola Creek Forest Reserve. And because you have this very small school within your community that is such a gift to the kids that live here.
One thing I have to add to that is our kids, the kids at the school, some of them really haven't been to the beach. Some of them never have been to the watershed. Some of them don't even know what the watershed is. And one of the things that I noticed being part of the Parks Committee is one of the things that we said we were going to do with the Ecola Creek property was we were going to create curriculum to teach people about, that was our fourth goal. We never have done that fourth goal. So this is a value, it's going to be a value to our Ecola Creek goal and also to the kids that go to school here and their parents who will be also learning about our precious watershed. So.
And this will be a program that is available in perpetuity to the Cannon Beach community. This curriculum package, this pilot program, it will end up in a physical form that can be replicated. So if Erica's not here, or Graham's not here, or Kelly's not here, once I'm composting, someone who comes along in my footsteps can also deliver this kind of program, and it can continue forward. I hope that you'll consider our request very seriously as an important part of the future of Cannon Beach.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
And you have my business card and our brand new brochure that I just updated, so feel free to reach out with more questions or comments or suggestions.
I hope you don't start composting anytime you see me.
Sometimes it stuns people when I say that, but I have to remind them that we're all going back to the earthworms eventually, in one form or another, and I love mushrooms and environmental science, so composting is one of the science that I can do.
I just wanted to note too, is that while you're transitioning here, is that your organization's been around quite a while, but you're doing a really good job now with the outreach, so. Graham Kelly's done a good job working with the Ecola Creek Forest Reserve. Thanks for the work this year, both with the Earth Day activities and presentations there, and also Kelly coming out, trying to engaging with the Cannon Beach Conference Center, Cannon Beach Bible students. They were doing volunteer work for us, took them on a private tour up there, and these were college-age folks, and they were just paying complete attention to what she was saying and she was sharing. You could tell that they were learning a lot from it. So I'm fairly confident in your organization's ability for education people. So.
And I feel like this is just a great way also for us to have these kids take home the information they learn and take their handouts home. And then we get more influence from local people on the coastal council. And it just, it's one of those things that just, I feel like we can really foster community engagement and just like the spirit of living here. And I think that that's really valuable in small towns everywhere. So thank you again, Mark. Thank you for the call. Send your feedback to Grant too.
Yeah.
To your video first.
I really wanted to do the video last.
Well,
I gotta go. I can press play, share.
I have to go back to two other people that are, so if we could do the video real quick and then.
Really, I really have it. I don't know. That's why I want to do this. All you gotta do is. Share on it. So we're gonna stop the share right now. Right, so we can do this thing, you can go and share. Yeah, it's great stuff, yeah. Share. First, right, and it's working on that. Tuesday night. All right, folks, sorry. I had to get-
Just saying. It's you, Trevor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are we?
See you.
Yeah. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Thank you, committee. Hello, virtual Betty. The amount of information you all have taken in today is overwhelming, so I appreciate your time. I'll do my best to keep it brief. Thank you. Okay, I'm Andrew, the director of the Tolovana Arts Colony. On Tuesday this week, the Arts Colony got an email from the Oregon Arts Commission. It had the tone of an emergency. The title of that email was Statement on Cuts to the National Endowment of the Arts. This is, of course, a response to reckless cutting in Washington, D.C., including the president's stated goal of ending the national endowments of both arts and the humanities. Over the last decade, the Tolovana Arts Colony has received important and regular support from the Oregon Arts Commission, which passes along 100% of the funds it receives from the NEA. In that email, the president of the National Assembly of State Arts Agencies said, and I quote, "This is a crushing loss for many of the NEA's direct grantees. Many community-based art projects will be shut down and public access to the arts will shrink. A strong NEA strengthens America. We should be sustaining our federal investment in the arts, not retracting it." I couldn't agree more. Now, maybe as much as any time in recent history, support for the arts, artists, education, and community building are needed more than ever. And while we are concerned about what these policy and funding shifts mean not only for our community, country, or even the world, we're grateful for the opportunity to seek the support of this committee and the city of Cannon Beach. As they say, think globally, act locally. To that end, it's not all gloom and gloom at the Arts Colony. We've had a great year and we're looking forward to many, many, many more. So we want to share with you some of the things we're proud of, including some of the newer things we've been up to. This winter, we took a different approach to kids' classes. Instead of asking for tuition, we hired an art teacher to offer the series of art classes free with no barrier to entry. We've also started contributing to the Seaside Scholarships Fund. Last year, we sponsored 2 young college-bound fine artists, and this year we will expand to support graduates pursuing performing arts, be it in music, acting, or other. Going back for a moment to the national funding cuts, the Arts Colony is exploring ways we could support KNUN Coast Community Radio, which does so much for the arts on the North Coast and the community at large. Back in Cannon Beach now. In an effort to support our local creatives, the Arts Colony is putting the final touches on our Maker's Map and should be sending that to print next week. The Maker's Map is a guide to everything handmade in Cannon Beach and seeks to inspire visitors to support our local artisans and crafters by shopping local. This spring, we had 2 great festivals. Get Lit at the Beach, which saw record attendance, and the Cannon Beach Comedy Festival, which sold out 2 nights at the Coaster Theater. Besides supporting the Arts Colony, the Comedy Festival raised about $2,000 for the theater. At Tolovana Hall this winter, we had fitness and wellness classes offered 5 days a week from Monday through Friday. Going forward, we're excited for an amazing season of concerts in the park. We're starting early this year in June with a partnership with a Portland-based nonprofit to put on an event honoring the history of Juneteenth, marking the end of slavery in America. Also, I hope everyone saw the Oregon Arts Watch feature that was written on the Arts Colony this spring, which I attached in our application. It was really cool to see outside objective journalism dig into our organization, and I must say, I think she really did her homework. Okay, now to conclude, I want to show a little slideshow. This is photos of the last year. Something you'll notice is how many locations we're doing in events in Cannon Beach. It all starts at Tolovana Hall, which had a really busy month of May, by the way. But what we're trying to do is meet people where they are. As we write in the grant, we're seeking to offer something to every resident and visitor of Cannon Beach, and being dynamic is the way to do that. I want to mention one last thing about the slideshow. The soundtrack to the slideshow is a live recording from the gathering celebration of Native American Heritage Month last November. It is performed by Ray Zaragoza, who you'll see in the first opening slide, and you'll hear toward the end some unadulterated audience participation from the Cannon Beach community. I don't want to spoil it, but you'll know it when you hear it, so take it away. And keep your eyes that you may see yourselves.
Well done.
Any questions?
Boy, now we're.
Down my street. Many times. With your darling beautiful spot. I done that. Your darling spot.
Can we get them for a summer concert? Well, now we know what Trevor likes to.
That's surprising.
Yeah. So any question?
Just thanks so much for everything you do in the community, Andrew, and just keeping the arts alive.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
I'm always amazed at the different things that come out of Tobana Hall. I really do. And if I have a complaint, I never seem to know about them ahead of time.
I would agree with that.
I don't know what, I'm sure I'm not plugged in the right place, but, I always enjoy the kind of things that you figure out, you come up with doing. And it seems like you're maybe reaching out even a little bit further. I mean, you talked about some new things you're doing or planning to do, and I appreciate that.
We're, yeah, trying to fill as many gaps as we can.
Sure. Very good. Well, we all seem to be very familiar with what you do and who you are, so I don't guess there's any more questions, but thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you doing
The sound is kind of strange where I am.
You want to hear copy of what you hear?
One class.
Well, there's definitely one that didn't show up, the restoration house.
Well, I've gotten him online.
So, okay.
He got skipped and so, but, we have lots of, and trying to get her.
Okay. Thank you.
Nikisha, are you on? I just have you, it looks like you're muted yourself. There you are.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hi, thank you. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good afternoon, committee. Normally, I'm there in person. I think this is my first time doing Zoom in all the years I presented for you. I'm at home recovering from a medical procedure that I recently had, so I miss joining you all in person. But thank you for inviting Clatsop CASA to apply once again this year. As you know, you guys are always great supporters, and we really appreciate the support from the city and from the community at large there. Over the years, our presence in Cannon Beach has grew as some of the issues on the coast has continued to grow. And so just thank you for that. For most of you, I think you know who Clatsop CASA is, but just in a brief overview, we are a nonprofit who represents children in foster care. We give them a voice with the hope of getting them a safe and permanent home as soon as possible. Majority of the children that we serve for the last few years has continued to be babies who are just recently born at a hospital and abandoned to the age of 5 years old. That seems to be the population that's most vulnerable and susceptible to the fentanyl epidemic that we have in Clatsop County, and that's being felt throughout kind of the entire coastal range. Many of these children on an annual basis, we serve 115 to 125. Majority of them will have several placements, potentially multiple caseworkers and multiple attorneys, with CASA being their constant. And so for all the children that I represent, they either have their own individual CASA volunteer that's appointed to them, who I then supervise and oversee, or I give them a full volunteer representation on my own. So for this year, CASA volunteers served over 57 children, and then I had the privilege of advocating for the remainder of those. I typically go early in the morning, and so I have no doubt, being this late in the afternoon, that you guys have heard from several amazing organizations that are probably all singing the tune of we continue to get bad news about funding. I wish that I could say something different, but for our organization, the reality is just as stark. The state of Oregon pulled the bill that we had, so a $60,000 biennium payout that we had expected. We were notified last minute we will not get. Currently, our organization has lost around $100,000 for the expected fiscal year, and National CASA was completely defunded. So that was about $52 million that's being pulled back from the entire organization at large. I have great hopes that we will be able to fundraise and pivot and find great foundations and be able to rely on our community, city councils, volunteers. But I also just want to be realistic in that and let you guys know that this is something that is at stake, and that if you have any opportunity to speak up for children, please do so. Many of the organizations that you've heard presenting will have other avenues of funding that they can find channels through. However, minor children do not have that opportunity. The population I serve are truly vulnerable. They are truly the victims in all circumstances, and they do not have a protected class to ensure that they get that federal funding replaced. And so the role that we provide is very unique in that no other part of the child welfare system represents children specifically, their best interest, or that can focus on one child at a time. As I stated previously, one of the biggest and greatest benefits, in my opinion, that CASA brings is that we are a consistent voice. And so we are able to say what is working, what is not working, what that child needs, what their, attendance is like at school, what their grades are like. Sometimes something small, like these children have no clothing. What can we do about that? Oftentimes it's much larger, such as, their mental health therapist is only wanting to meet them via Zoom. What can we do to ensure that they have an in-person consistent therapist who is going to be able to actively help them work through the trauma that they've had? And so CASAs wear many different hats, from, going to court, going to school meetings, IEP meetings, attending caseworker sessions, to getting to go to band practices and sports events. So it's very meaningful work, but very hard. Every year I am truly astonished at the volunteers who choose to say yes to advocating for these children when the work can be so hard and the reward typically doesn't come for a few years. And so all of our volunteers stay 2 years plus. We have very little turnover, except for when a case ends and then potentially that volunteer moves out of the area or maybe retires or just needs a break because the work is, kind of mentally straining for some individuals. We don't always get the outcome that we want, but I'm happy to say that 95% of the time, the judge takes all of CASA's recommendations and relies on CASA to really give them the picture of what's happening with the child in just a real common sense sort of way. Like I said, we're the only party in the courtroom who is not bound by any legal obligation to say something other than what that is in that child's best interest. So the child has an attorney, but they are legally obligated to represent what their client wants. DHS is there, but they have their own whole set of legal obligations. The judge has great heart, but they really rely on people to give them the information they need to make those decisions that's going to impact that child's life. And so that's the role that CASA provides. We this year are asking for $9,000. Any that you can give would be greatly appreciated and used. Like I said, I know that every organization is facing a really tough budget this year and having to probably have some really tough conversations. You guys supported us every fall training. You greatly help with our supervision and support. For our last session that you guys funded us, you paid for 30% of a volunteer training, and that ended up with 4 children being served, and we gained a foster parent in an area that we did not have many. So that was just phenomenal, and the constellation of reach that CASA has is so great within the community. So, from teachers to therapists to providers, families, aunts, uncles, grandparents, almost everyone either knows someone who had a CASA or has felt that ripple effect from what a CASA can do in a child's life. So we're asking for support for the same thing, support for me doing a training, hopefully this fall, and then continuing to ramp up our supervision, me really focusing on retention as things continue to be stark. My volunteers really rely on me, who is the entire CASA office at this point, to support them, help them to keep hope in a case, help them to objectively look at the facts and what the child needs and the amount of time the child's been in care. In addition to that, you guys help to fund some of my time that I serve on the Family Treatment Court in Clatsop County, which has been a really wonderful opportunity for us to be able to go into. These are families that have had their children removed due to substance abuse. It's a voluntary court to where they can show up. It's the judge, CASA, caseworkers, probation, any partner that might have any sort of reach within that family dynamic. And then we get to help these parents achieve the services they need, the phases that they need, accountability for UAs, while also the court has some funding to help them with housing, vehicle replacement, tire replacement, the practical things that families need when they're needing to give so much time to their treatment and to their services. For CASA, it's about 10 hours a week. I get to tutor kids. Sometimes I transport kids. I get to love on them while their parents are in court, and then I get to supervise additional visits for them. It's been just a real pleasure to get to know the families on such a more intimate level, but it also keeps CASA involved at a phase of a case that we might not have the voice that we do. And so, for instance, when a child is returned home, typically DHS would step back, other parties step back, and sometimes relapse happens. That's a real reality. And so, in some instances, I've been able to consistently visit a home and be able to see when a family member or a parent is struggling and that situation is no longer safe. And then I'm able to immediately meet with that judge and let them know. And then as a team, we can make a decision. Sometimes it's a tough decision that that child needs to come back into the care of another family member for that parent to get on the right track. But the reality is, sometimes these kids are returned and they shouldn't be. It's too soon. And that family's not set up successfully to reunite and to remain safe. And so CASA is real integral to breaking the cycles that continue. You know, many children we serve have an ACE score of 6 or higher. Many of the family members, they were in foster care, their parents were in foster care. And so many of these issues are intergenerational that I think it's really key to helping families be accountable and then helping them, you know, to achieve each phase at a pace that's appropriate. You know, we don't want children to linger in care, but we also don't want them to go home too soon and then be re-traumatized potentially when they have to be removed again. And so, you know, it's just a real honor to be able to do that and to get to see the work that parents do. Last year alone, we had 7 children that was returned within 9 months period of time, which is phenomenal. The federal timeline is usually 2+ years. And so for a child to be able to safely return at 9 months, it's just really incredible. And so of those children, 6 of them were able to remain that full time. Then the remainder of the children, we were able to continue to work with that family on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and they have been successfully reunified as well. So that's just a little bit of a blip of what some of your funding has helped us do in the past, some of what I hope to use the funding that you would be providing going forward, and a little bit of an overview of who CASA is. So any questions or anything I could tell you guys that I did not provide?
Wow.
Yeah, I just want to say, go ahead, Betty, were you going to say something?
No, I just, thank you for what you do. Thank you.
And Akeisha, I just wanted to say that I was, I guess I'm a little disturbed to hear about your funding problems. You know, I guess I knew about the federal pieces, but it's hard to know how it's gonna filter down and affect us. You know, I've known about your organization for a number of years now, and I think you do work that no one else does, so I feel very strongly that, you know, you need to be supported.
I really appreciate that. And, you know, same for us when cuts came down, there was a lot of confusion and, you know, we weren't exactly sure how things would pan out. We're trying to appeal and do everything that we can. But the reality is just we may not know this fiscal year. And to be clear, you know, it wasn't just federal funding. You know, our state, even though we're state mandated, our state continues to not fund CASA programs, you know, above a 9% margin. And this year we might not even get that 9%. And so it's just really disheartening, you know, when this is, you know, protecting children is really, it's a nonpartisan issue, but in the current state that we're in, it just makes it really difficult. And so, you know, I by no means want to say another organization isn't just as deserving, but for my population I serve, you know, it is the community that's going to supply that replacement funding. We do have 6 to 8 months of reserves, you know, so also I don't want to, you know, you guys to feel alarmed. We've been around since 1999. We survived the pandemic. You guys have seen me make cuts from a staff of 5 to just myself for the last few years. You know, I spent time in foster care myself. I was abused, neglected. My parents sexually trafficked me. And so I will do everything in my power to make sure that these kids continue to have a voice and we continue to have the funding we need to operate. If that means, you know, a smaller office or whatever that might have to look like in the future, should there not be a remedy that comes forward. I promise that CASA will continue to be in Clatsop County. It just might look different. But I feel very passionate about our cause. And like you said, there truly isn't anyone else that does anything close to the same service that we do here.
So if there are no more questions or comments, then
thank you so much for coming to see us virtually today.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your time.
That's
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I understand Restoration House is available. Yeah.
Here's Brad.
Where we're at.
Here we are. You can probably hear me now.
Yes.
I appreciate you all allowing me the 1 o'clock or the 1:15 slot. I know you guys got to be exhausted. Restoration House has truly appreciated the support from Cannon Beach over the years. You all have been true community partners, and we really appreciate that. Last year, you generously provided us funding for a backup generator, which made all the difference. It was a $27,000 project, and your all's $9,000 made a big difference in getting us there. This year, I'm assuming you all know a little bit about Restoration House, so let me back up a little bit. We provide supportive housing, and we have since really 1999. So we're 25 years into existence. We have evolved over the years. Right now, we're providing more longer-term housing, longer-term supportive housing, which means we have a peer mentor program, and we have support systems to allow people to do reentry, whether it be coming from the correctional facilities. We partner up with Clapsett Community Health, Community Corrections, and we also could partner with Clapsett Behavioral Health Care. We have evolved more in the providing supportive housing for people that have serious and persistent mental illnesses. And we have had great fortune to receive a OHA, that's Health Authority, Oregon Health Authority grant for $1.5 million. And that was done a couple of years ago, but it's taken us 2 years to really get through the planning commissions of the city of Seaside and to really get the architectural, the legal infrastructure. And so we're ready to break construction either late next month or early July. So this is a 2.5-year project that's coming to fruition. We are asking for $20,000. That's a big ask for you all this year, and I know that. But the reason why is that it sounds like we got a $1.5 million grant. Couldn't that be enough? It's not. OHA is very strict about the usage of those funds. We can only use it for new construction and to provide single room occupancy or SRO units for people that have serious and persistent mental illnesses. We are going to have 10 new units being built off the back of Restoration House. So it's going to be attached to the existing building, and it's going to provide us great resources. In conjunction with this project, we're going to have to do major renovations to the main house. Number one, to allow it to fit with the new construction. Number two, to take care of some lingering problems that we've had for years. Electrical, sewage, many other items. Not only that, but making some of our bathrooms and hallways more compliant to code. That's going to cost us an additional $500,000. And that's why we're really raising money to do that. And that $20,000 would be applied to helping us complete the project. This is going to provide long-term housing for people that have mental illnesses, and a lot of them have been part of the homeless population. I'm sure you all are very aware that Clapsett County is the #1 homeless, or has the highest rate of homelessness in the state of Oregon, which is a real big problem. We all know it. We live with it. 1 in 40 people have may experience homelessness. And what we're doing, if you've ever been downtown Seaside, a lot of the homeless gather around Safeway and around their area. We are going to take 10 people off the street long-term, not short-term. This is in transitional housing. This is in mezzanine housing. This is long-term housing. And we are being supported by Collapse Behavioral Health Care. They have their counselors coming over on a weekly basis. We have Zoom meetings every other day with counselors and psychiatrists for the people that are there. And we're really looking forward to being able to expand. Like I said, this has been a dream for 2.5 years of mine, and I can't believe it's really on the verge of happening. We're real excited, and we are appealing for your all's help once again this year. And I'm open to any questions.
Questions? So it sounds like the work is going to start finally.
Yes.
When do you anticipate completion? I don't recall.
We're hoping occupancy by February of next year.
Really? In the new units?
In 26, yes.
Wow.
We're looking 6 to 8 months construction period.
Great.
It's not that complicated for the new construction. The renovation's tough. I mean, we have to relocate over half of our existing residents during the construction period because of demolition of existing structures. So that's another problem which we're facing.
Okay.
One thing else about, go ahead, please.
No, go ahead.
Okay, one other thing is that this housing is affordable. Restoration House has always been able to house our guys for less than $20 a day. It's about $19.50. And that includes a lot of meals during the week too. We have a meals program, but these new units are going to be capped at 30% of whatever the resident's income is. So if they only get $1,000 through various, agencies, that means that their rent is going to be capped at $300. All right, so that's an OHA requirement. So this is not only supportive housing for people that have mental conditions, it's also very affordable housing, which I'm really pleased to be able to present.
Well, it sounds really great, and I'm sure the need is great as well.
Well, fortunately, I think the tide's changed in that area, is that these supported housing projects have really gained a little bit more momentum in Clatsop County, and hopefully it'll really make a difference, in the next year.
All right. Well, for no further comments, then thank you so much for waiting for us and speaking to us.
Well, it's always that the advantage of being last is nobody wants to ask questions.
Well,
so I appreciate you all very much, and thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, so we did get everybody.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice job. Yeah. Pretty slickly. So are there any last comments that people need to be, besides I need to get out and leave?
Can we just give everybody everything that they want?
Yeah.
Up to
It seemed like it was implied when you go to budget and say, we don't know where to cut it, where to say no to. I mean, so many of these organizations, they're getting their funding cut. And then, just some of their philosophies, the young kids and the food and all how that, so that you start with the kids and so then you don't get to the restoration house, I think is probably the goal. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I completely understand.
But I'm feeling like I just want to give everybody what they're asking for and let budget and council find the money.
I kind of feel like there's no way. Well, first of all, we have an untenable $140,000. And we've already, these are all needs, and it's just, it's almost like rip our heart out, Let's just give them what they want and let them do their work because they're helping our community. I don't know how to cut them. You know, I wish I knew. But
So what we know, what we suspect is that, what we know is that the budget committee has been, a number of 140,000 has been submitted. We don't know if that's going to be approved. You know, we don't know if it'll go up we don't even know if it could go down, quite frankly. I think we definitely need to make our first pass at allocating the 140. Now, there's been some suggestions, and I've never really done this before, that we could look at, well, what if we were to get another incremental amount? How would that change what we would want to do?
That's what happened last year, so that's
Well,
why we
but
were
we got-
able to fund everybody what they wanted, because then we got the contingency.
And then we had to go back and, you know, remember, we had to go and reallocate for the new amount. That seemed like, a lot of work.
yes,
We really need to do. I hear what you're saying. I wish we had all the money in the world, but I know we don't. I would suggest that we go in and, you know, do the best we can with the 140 that we expect. So this afternoon, I've got a meeting with Karen Labont to talk about a couple of our asks. She wants more information. I am hoping that maybe we can, you know, make the budget committee aware of all of the needs. And, you know, I don't know what else to do.
I mean, given the fact that the federal funding is being cut so severely, and if we have the opportunity to be able to fill that gap in the, you know, hopefully things will come back around. I would
You
hope
would
that the
support that.
city would support that, you know, now, given that, I don't wanna make it that, oh, if you just go ask for whatever you want at the Parks Committee, they'll give it to you, because that's not my intention either, but some of these programs that are just so wonderful, you know, the seed money for some of the educational program, and the environmental, I'm all on board for whatever they need to make it successful, so. You know,
well,
but then
I think also, I agree with what Anita's saying. And also, Mike and I have already kind of done that, leaving out the 200, well, if we do it, like 22, divided into 22, some people are going to get more than they ask, and some are going to get less. So then we went back and I gave everybody that was under 5,000 what they wanted, and then above that was 7,000. So that's what we could do. We could just say everybody else gets 7,500, because it's a lot of work and a lot of heartbreak to go through every single one of them and then get more money and then have to do it all over again. So
Yeah.
this is,
I
yeah,
don't know that we should be really discussing specific dollar amounts in a public, I can close the meeting and we can continue to discuss it. I wouldn't mind it though, given the way we've been discussing. I think we need to work toward 140 because that's the number we got. But I would not be opposed at all if you thought about each one and you came up with, but if I had more money, I would like to do a
Well, what
little
if we
bit more,
do,
maybe if
this
you
is-
did, you know, at least just have that in your hip pocket.
well, we could do, this is my wish list for giving money to everybody, but this is the reality list of if
You
my
know,
hands
if
are tied.
you can look at it that way, you know,
Okay.
'cause I don't know, I don't wanna ask for any more work than we have, but this year is such an unusual year we've never had to kind of request of that. Are there any more?
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I agree. I think where everybody's going, but it's hard in my mind, to not support the things that are kind of like operating expenses. You know, they're delivering services, things that are needed. Some of them might be temporary needs that are increased more this year because of lack of funding elsewhere. And then some of the other capital projects that really bumped up some of the one-term asks. I mean, maybe we can't afford the roof or helping with the roof. Maybe we can't afford paving somebody's parking lot. or ask for that as a over and above, say, okay, we'd support those types of things if there was more than 140,000. And then I appreciated, the need to use the term seed money. Some of the programs, it'd be easy to cut like big ticket ones like the 30,000 for the North Coast Water Association if you were short-sighted. But those types of things that are educating the future voters, the future occupants of the city, those are types of things that it seems like the city particularly would get behind, where it might be, wow, we didn't even know that exists. You might not have 30,000 to allocate to that, but we want to be able to partner with that organization and the Cannon Beach Academy. It's something tangible that's going to be on the shelf. It's going to be used. We don't want to lose that opportunity, because that's like a project. We can't say, okay, here's $5,000. It's like, well, thank you, we'll do what we can, but it takes X amount to create that program.
Well, she had an excellent presentation too.
Yes.
The girl seems, she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, I think
She's got the flair.
yeah. So it's good stuff. but-
Yeah.
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 Well, all good points. We don't have another, let's think, how is this supposed to go? What's our next delivery point?
13th. The 13th. The 13th, we have to have our preliminary member worksheet due at 5 p.m.
Well, Les, you were gonna change that to.
Yeah, so
Yeah. I think we were gonna, because we need to meet with the budget committee, I think Wes, didn't we say May 20th? To have it due that day. On review. I just remember,
yeah, so that's what we've been kind of talking about, Sherry and I, is the possibility of, not turning in because we're not turning in our final worksheet until after we've had a chance to hear where the budget committee heads,
And when do they meet? The
the
15th?
15th.
Okay.
so we were talking about possibly having you guys done with your worksheets and then bringing them to May 20th, 21st, special meeting.
When does council meet in June, or when would they be looking at our
Council
recommendations?
So the council work session packet is due June 3rd. So I have to have everything in.
Okay.
So we've got a little bit of time,
Little
and that
bit.
way, it just feels like this year more than any year I can recall. It would be good to know how the budget committee is thinking.
Does the budget committee know that we've got the 220 level ask?
They do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've already had several conversations, and that's also the subject of the meeting that I'll have. Right. We're trying to make them, as aware as possible. I've not been invited to speak formally to the budget committee. I think maybe Karen would feel more comfortable if maybe she won't be willing. I mean, Parks is within her bailiwick. So we'll just kind of play it by ear a little bit more.
But Sherry needs the information to post a week before the meeting. Is that kind of how the public meeting?
What do you
Well-
need from us?
So that's, I think we'll be able to answer that question after Les's
Okay.
meeting with,
Okay.
Why don't we do it that way? We'll
and then the budget
get
committee.
a,
So
Sherry will sit down and know.
Okay.
I will send out an email when it's specifically it's due.
Okay.
Tell us what exactly it's due.
Because we kind of don't
It's
know.
not what it- I know that. What the part is.
You don't know what the market is, so before you do a whole bunch of work, I would say, wait until Les and I figure out what your answer is, and then.
Okay.
Good.
Yep.
We'll send that out.
All right.
Because it's been fun so far, that's the target we should focus on.
Right, and it would be wrong to anticipate any other number.
You know, all I'm saying is-
All right,
Can you say what you've decided so that I can hear it? What
Betty,
did you, What did you just decide?
We decided that we don't know what to do. But we're hoping later this afternoon we will, and you will receive an email from Sherry
Okay, okay,
With an updated schedule.
with an updated schedule and specifics on what we need to deliver to Sherry.
okay. Thank you.
So that's what we did.